Good morning, everyone, and I'll just make sure we've got the live stream going for our meeting before I formally start the meeting. Thank you. So welcome everyone to the Community and District Development Committee for Wednesday the 8th of November. Welcome to councillors, to the staff that are here, Laura, our media, those listening on live stream, and particularly to those that are sitting at the back of the public gallery. Welcome and good morning to you all. Just a few little housekeeping things. Can we just note that the meeting is being live streamed? Could you just make sure that your mobile phones are turned off or on silent? We will take a break at about 11 o'clock to clear messages and then a lunch break later on. Just now to formally open the meeting, Councillor Wang, would you please do the karakia?
Kia hiri tātou. Tutawa mai runga, tutawa mai roro, tutawa mai roto, tutawa mai waho. Kia tau ai, te mauritu, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tāekie.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Wang. I call for apologies. I can just see Councillor Waru walking down the corridor. Are there any other apologies?
Also an apology from Councillor Kiriopa. She's just having some Wi-Fi issues, but she will be joining us by Zoom very shortly.
An apology from Councillor Kiriopa for lateness. Can I have a move and a seconder for those apologies? Moved Councillor Patterson, seconded Councillor Wang. All those in favour please say aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? No, there don't appear to be any. Any urgent items not on the agenda? Nope. Thank you very much. Moving now to the petition for the proposed social housing building work at 15 Francis Street. I'd like to welcome Linda Bain, Malcolm Bain, Tracy Prince, Trish Neal and Melly Pretorius as supporters of the petition to please come forward.
Madam Chair, just clarifying, there's 5 minutes for speaking and 5 minutes for questions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
So good morning to you all. As just has been clarified by Councillor Lee, it's 5 minutes. If you are all going to talk, then it's 5 minutes in total. Una here will actually just give you an indication when you're about 1 minute or 30 seconds to go. What's your preference? At a minute? Yeah. So then you'll know to tidy up, and then we will have 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you.
Are there microphones on there, the little green lights on? All right, over to you.
Good morning, councillors, committee members. Thank you for providing this opportunity for us to present our concerns. I'm Linda Bain. I live next door to the proposed Kāinga Ora building at 15 Francis Street. My husband and I downsized to this home to be the neighbourhood we love and intended to be our last stop. Alas, if Kāinga Ora builds these proposed two-storey houses, they will overshadow us and the Hutchisons at number 13 and block the rural views of others. We don't want two-storey houses on this site. It will lower the value of our biggest asset that we have worked hard for. My biggest concern is road safety. If the front homes have visitors, there is no turnaround for the back house, and being so close to the corner of Kingsley Drive and a bus stop outside number 15, where children catch the bus, is an accident waiting to happen. I'm losing confidence in the future of our great city, as Kāinga Ora appears to be turning great communities into bad, one at a time.
Good morning, I'm Trish Neal and I've lived at 14 Francis Street for 29 years. I came from a rural community to live in the village and found this property to be helpful in this shift, as I could still see rural vistas, which made the change much easier. I am supportive of the single-storey homes at number 15, but not two stories, as they would change my whole outlook. I'm also concerned as to the market value of my property, as these buildings will change the dynamics on my street. We live in a village, not a city.
I am Mel Bain. My wife and I are ratepayers who purchased the property at 17 Francis Street in the hope that it would be our retirement home. We had full knowledge that 15 Francis Street was a kaienga or a home. No problem there, it was a single-storey dwelling. We duly had a neighbourhood meeting with Kaienga Ora where Monica Quirk told us of the plans for number 15. There was absolutely no consultation as to what we as ratepayers would like, or even if we were happy with their proposals. We are in a well-established neighbourhood of older people who are concerned with the high density and the possibility that more than the original tenants may make for overcrowding. Because of the likelihood of Kaienga Ora managing this tenants of sublettings is low. These medium density houses in our rural villages need to stop, as they are not sympathetic to the existing homes.
I'm Mildred Pretorius from 16 Francis Street. I moved to Nonatawa Village 12 years ago with my now 88-year-old mother. Francis Street is predominantly occupied by retired and near-retirement house owners. The proposed redevelopment of 15 Francis Street, a Kangaora property, has raised some concerns amongst the community because of the planned street-facing two-bedroom duplexes. The duplexes will stand out because of their extra height and design style, which is also being replicated in many other areas in Rotorua and does not blend in with the communities. Surely an alternative standalone homes option with its lower height and less dense statement could be placed on this single site, allowing both houses and tenants to blend in and fit in with the community. We are not opposed to the modern standalone family homes on the site. It is the two-storey duplexes.
Good morning, I'm Tracy Prince from number 18 Francis Street, 3 doors up and opposite side to the proposed Kaienga Ora build. I've brought up my 3 girls on my own and have worked extremely hard to make a life in Rotorua and to purchase this elevated property 10 years ago. This purchase was all about the 1950s and 1960s style of the street, with amazing extensive rural views north facing to Dalbeth and Otaroa roads from my lounge, bedroom and decks, having lived rurally all my life. Since dealing with Kaienga Ora and Council, I've learned that Rotorua Lakes Council, in conjunction with Kaienga Ora, with no public consultation with the Rotorua tax and ratepayers, will be building many, many more medium density residential standard housing. And I'm not only concerned with the devaluation of my own property, but in Rotorua in general. We collectively do not want a new modern 2-storey duplex in Francis Street that will impede on our rural outlooks and be unsympathetic to our surroundings. And if you, our council, does not have the power to change this, then who does?
Thank you, that's time. Thank you, that worked out perfectly then. So councillors, we've got 5 minutes. Now this is time for questions only, councillors, so are there any questions for the petitioners? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, for taking the time to come in and give us your concerns. Just a question on, somebody mentioned the values of your homes being devalued. Have you actually had a real estate agent or somebody come and tell you what the impact would be, so you know for sure what that devalue would be?
I'm in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Maxwell.
I think that talking with Monica Quirk from Kaienga Ora, she said that the values will go up, and I believe that they'll only go up on paper, because as soon as you drive down the street, the building will stand out as a Kaienga Ora build, and therefore that will give buyers the opportunity to debate the prices of our houses. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation. Before asking my question, I'm somebody who grew up in Nongataha, went to school at Nongataha. The question I have is you're not against Kāinga Ora building in Nongataha, it's just the two-storey?
That's
Correct.
right.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Any further questions? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you all very much for coming along today. I know it's not easy, especially when it's a very emotive, involving issue like this, so thank you all very much for coming along. Could I ask you, forgive me, I'm looking at one of the particular Francis Street from Geyser View, which I know doesn't always help, sorry, from the Google Maps. There appears to be, sorry, from, if I'm looking at it properly, a two-storied building across the road. Would I be right in that?
It's an A-frame.
It's an A-frame, yes, but two-storey?
Yes, it is.
It is an A-frame.
Thank you.
Which has been there for a long time.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
It is part of the name.
So it is, thank you. So my question would be around, so if the plan, our district plan, I presume before MDRS has allowed this, if the previous plan allowed for two-storied homes, if I had bought the land and wanted to build a two-storied, would you also be against my own personal, even though it was allowed in the district plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did any of you put in a submission opposing the building, the plan change for building 3 dwellings up to 3 stories high in Rotorua?
No.
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 Did you know that the reason that you didn't put in the submission is that the council have never consulted on whether
excuse
that's a
me,
good thing?
We didn't know about
didn't
any
know.
such. Never seen anything about that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? No.
Sorry, perhaps it's just for clarity, that wouldn't have impacted this situation. I believe that, unfortunately, without the medium density, it still would have fallen into current guidelines. However, we are very sympathetic to your concerns, and we thank you very much for coming along to share them. I'm sure that there are many other communities that would feel exactly the same way in Rotorua too, so thank you very much.
Point of order. In this particular case,
League, through me, please, as the chair.
Madam Chair, as a point of, I think misleading is the point of order, but my understanding is that this proposed development will consist...
sorry, Councillor Lee, we're not here to debate the issue. What's the point of order in relation to the...
I believe Mayor Tapsell was slightly incorrect on the facts, so I'd just like to correct the record. In this particular case, there are 3 dwellings that are proposed to be built on this site, so that wouldn't fall under the old district plan. So this specifically is enabled under medium density residential standards.
Thank you. I think we've used up all our time this morning. Can I thank you very much for taking the time to come in and present your concerns to us, and thank you, councillors, for listening and asking questions. Perhaps, I know that you already have, but some further consultation maybe with Kāinga Ora is the way to go. Council's hands are really very limited in what we can do in relation to this development. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your petition this morning.
Thank you.
Can I just say that we've already consulted with Kāinga Ora, with Darren Toy and Monica Quirk, and they never got back to us. They're not interested.
Okay, thank you.
That's why we're here. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just for correctness, I don't appreciate other councillors saying that I'm sharing misleading information. I was very politely correcting you, actually, and if you wish, you can speak with our staff on what the rules actually are.
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. May I just ask on one of the concerns raised, if the development proceeds, could we perhaps in the future just note about the location of the bus stop, whether perhaps that some sort of safety review, if the actual development goes ahead at a future time? Thank you.
I think staff have already noted that, and if it's something that we haven't control over, then it can be looked at, but I think the development has already been consented. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on, councillors, to confirmation of the minutes. I'll just give you a minute to bring back up your agendas. You move to page 8 of your agenda. There has been just one minor amendment from the minutes that are in your pack for a spelling error. Apologies, Councillor Patterson. That's been amended on the minutes that are up on the screen. With that amendment, could I have a move and a second that the minutes of the Community and District Development Committee held on the 11th of October 2023 be confirmed as a true and correct record? Moved Councillor Barker, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Thank you, that is carried. Moving on now to the Rotorua Regional Airport CCO quarterly report. Can I have a move and a seconder to receive the report? Moved Councillor Waru, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you, carried. And I can see, welcome Nicole. And I can see Grant on screen. Welcome, Grant. Hopefully you can hear us.
Kia ora.
Morning, Nicole. We're in your hands. And Grant's.
Kia ora tātou. I might let Grant kick off and say a few words, and then I'll follow after him.
Kia ora. Good morning. Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to present our report. Given I'm on video only, I'll be brief and then let Nicole go through a few slides that she has prepared. But just want to say overall the airport's trading well, ahead of budget. Nicole will give you the details for the early stages of this financial year. I think the key issue we're experiencing, and a number of airports, particularly regional airports in New Zealand, you will have seen the news from Air New Zealand yesterday about their engine problems and capacity constraints. It's a real issue for them, but I think the reality is they're probably not unhappy that enables them to keep schedules very tight and prices relatively high, and most cities and airports in the country are a little bit frustrated that they're not getting the level of frequency and capacity they need to service all of their demand, and that's the sort of reality that we're likely to be with for the next 12 months. So it's going to be, tight over the summer period. We had our first board meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago with the 3 new board members that Council has appointed. I think they're excellent people, and they will be excellent directors. So they've attended their first meeting, and we're in the process of inducting them and getting them up to speed. Final comment is we have our annual general meeting next week. I think 1 or 2 from Council will be attending. Thank you. We're looking forward to that. And a board meeting next week. We also have a scheduled meeting with Council officers the day before, the afternoon before the board meeting, to progress discussions around putting together a revised service funding agreement between Council and the airport company, and so we're looking forward to making progress on that. So thank you. I'll pass over to Nicole. Happy to answer any questions at the end of the session.
Oh, thank you, Grant.
Good morning, everyone. In true form, I'll keep this reasonably brief and then take any questions. So just highlighting some things that were all flagged in the CCO report. We had an unbudgeted uplift in Air New Zealand revenue. So the Air New Zealand revenue is under the contract is reviewed annually in July each year, and as a consequence of that, aeronautical revenue is up 17%. So that's basically driven by the higher interest rates that we've been seeing recently. Total expenses are currently down 19% on budget for the first 3 months of the year. However, I do caution that there are some very lumpy expenses that within the budget were smoothed out throughout the year. We've had a very high increase in insurance costs that will start kicking in soon, and then we've got some maintenance coming in over summer. So while we're ahead at the moment, I don't expect it to remain that way for the full financial year. Depreciation is 20% higher than budget as part of our annual finances. We obviously needed to do a revaluation, and there was a significant uplift due to increased building costs in the buildings at the airport, and that's driving a much higher than budgeted depreciation rate. However, overall net surplus for July to September is well up on budget at $280,000 for the 3 months, but I do caution that I'm not expecting it to stay up that high as a percentage throughout the rest of the financial year. Moving on to non-financial performance, everything's on track. I am due to deliver to Council a higher level asset management plan. I'll talk a bit more in a moment, but we're putting in a new asset management system. So I'm just working through how exactly best to deliver that information to you. So it has been delayed, but it's on its way. So we've actually got quite a lot going on at the airport. When I started putting this list together, I was like, okay, there's a few things going on. Our Part 139 recertification is underway. That is up for renewal in February the 29th. As part of that, we're going to be having an audit. Grant hasn't come up to speed on that one yet. They just called us in the last couple of days, so they're going to be doing a pre-audit to help with that process, and we're going to be submitting that through OneReg, which is a new compliance system that we used, and we'll be the first airport to do that, so that will be quite exciting. There's an updated flight path that's about to undergo testing. That's just for the ATRs, so that will help us with it will reduce the minimums for the ATRs coming in from the south, and will help with visibility and hopefully improve some performance. Procurement process to replace the 1991 fire appliance. So we need 2 fire appliances at the airport. If one was down or in servicing, we always have to have another one. So all airports have at least 2. Our backup is rather old and needs replacing. It's very difficult to service. So we're going through the process at the moment. We're actually doing that with 3 other airports, and it's been a very thorough process, and working with them has been really good. We're getting some really good options, and we're working out the best way to deliver what we need to, but in the best value for money approach. We've completed a baseline carbon footprint assessment, and our next step is identifying reduction opportunities. On a per passenger basis, benchmarked against other airports, we came in actually really low, which is great, but also means that reducing it further is going to be a real challenge. A lot of stuff obviously was already done throughout the, having bathroom lights on timers, those types of obvious sort of low-hanging fruit was all done through the renovation process, and that's clearly showing dividends. But it does mean that moving forward, it's going to be more challenging. We submitted an expression of interest to Air New Zealand, along with probably every other airport in the country, I might add, to host their next generation aircraft. We got great support from Council and the Rotorua community and businesses with information to go in that. We're expecting to hear from Air New Zealand next week. They've said next week they will announce their shortlist of airports, and then the shortlist of airports will go through an RFP process, which I'm expecting to be pretty thorough for whoever gets chosen to do that. Obviously, I don't have any further information yet, but we'll know whether we're on that shortlist or not next week. A site-wide preliminary site investigation has been completed to support the airport business park. That has identified a couple of areas within the airport business park stage 1 zone for a more detailed site investigation, and we're doing that at the moment, or we're just getting that underway now, and that's all part of the building the business case. And then lastly, just worth mentioning that there's a vacant property. So when the runway was extended quite a while ago, Council at the time procured a number of houses on Willerton Road and Lee Road and the surrounds, which are within the air noise area. So that land has all been rezoned, or at the time was zoned industrial, but the houses have remained in place because they were already there. This house, unfortunately, is in very bad state of repair. It doesn't meet Healthy Homes compliance, and it would be very significant spend to get it up. So it's just not prudent for us to invest in a property in a house that has underlying zoning of something completely different. So the board has made the decision on management's recommendation to demolish this house. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. We'll be looking for other purposes for that land, but obviously very mindful that that piece of land does have residential neighbours all around. So whatever we do in that space, we'll need to be sympathetic to that, but also recognise the fact that it's right beside an airport and in the air noise contour. So we are a little bit limited to what we can do, but it's the most prudent decision for that land at the moment. I've gone the wrong way, sorry. Let's try again. So looking forward, as I said, there's multiple studies underway to the business park. Obviously, the detailed site investigation I've already mentioned. We're getting an aeronautical review of the master plan, basically to operationalise what the business park plan and our master plan says, and make sure that we can deliver what we want to deliver. There's a few specific questions that we've got in there around fuelling and taxiways and things that we need to understand. The impact stormwater is obviously a really big one, and that's underway at the moment. They've done the initial assessments and modellings, and we're being presented with some potential options tomorrow. And then once we've got all that information, then we'll be able to, and confirmed the layout, we'll be able to do geotech under the roading and so forth to understand exactly what we're after. The other thing that we're focusing on at the airport at the moment, or one of the things, is disaster recovery planning and also understanding the climate change impacts on the airport. So there's some other pieces of work that we've got in play. Oh, keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. And questions. If you've got any questions for Grant and I, very happy to take them.
Thank you, Nicole. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you for your report, Nicole. Just a question on 6 Willerton Road. Was that ever considered to be sold for removal?
It's not. It's got asbestos in it, which would be one of the biggest problems. And yeah, trust me, it's not somewhere that I would want to put people, or I think it would be too big a job. It's not a weathable clad either. I think that would make it quite difficult with the concrete cladding and so forth. So it's not a suitable home for relocation. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. It's exciting to see work underway for the Rotorua Airport Business Park. How many master plans have there been before? Because while I am very keen to see the increase of industrial commercial land available for our economy to grow, I'm not entirely confident that airport use will be the best use of that land, given that there have been ambitions for it in the past that haven't come to fruition. So do you know how many master plans there have been, and if there is the possibility to open that up to outside of airport use?
How many master plans have there been?
Yes.
And open up the land to, I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to understand the question. Make sure I understand it before I answer it.
So I am aware that in the past it has been explored to open that up as a business park. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it has not been successful. I would very much support that being opened up for industrial commercial land, but I am concerned that if it's for airport use only, we may not be realising its full potential.
Yep. So there have been master plans done in the past. So as an airport, as a large heavy infrastructure, we are obliged to obviously have master plans and look at what that might look like. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm pretty confident I'm right on this, there has never been any detailed exploration as to whether an airport business park in that land is actually viable. So while it was done to a planning stage, there was never any further investigations as to whether that was viable or not, and that's what we're working on at the moment. So we've done as presented to Council before, we've done the initial investigation, or feasibility, and that said yes, it can be viable. And then the next stage is taking that to business case level, which what we're working at the moment. So ultimately, all that land will be required for airport purposes. And so, but that might be a very, very long time away. So the master plan that has been done in conjunction with Veros and also obviously Ngāti Una Kakopako and JP's team have been involved in this as well, is working to maximise the land that we can use for non-aeronautical purposes or for non-aviation businesses, but also ensuring that we secure what we need for aviation purposes as well. And a lot of that will come down to how the land is leased or not leased within a certain period of time. So yeah, there's room in the master plan for both, and that's what our the current plan that we're working off has. It has both opportunities, and we will be able to maximise and leverage that by having sort of short-term or longer-term leases depending on the proximity to the runway and the terminal. Does that answer your question? Yep.
Grant, did you want to answer that or no? No? Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole, thank you. How much property do we own in Willerton Road and Lee Road?
So we own, you're going to test me, off the top of my head I'm pretty sure it's 8 properties. So we own all the sections along, all the even numbered sections along Willerton Road, and then the uneven sections on Willerton Road have been incorporated into the airport and the runway extension. Numbers 4, 10 and 12 are already vacant, so the houses were either demolished at the time or demolished subsequently. There are, sorry, not number 4, number 2. Then there are houses at number 4 and number 8, and then number 6 will become vacant. So we're looking at what we can do if we could find some sort of commercial tenant for that land, but obviously it needs to be sympathetic to the neighbours, so we are limited on options.
But it's currently the thinking of the board that the property would remain on the asset as an asset for the airport.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Why would we do that?
Well, the land is in there because it's in the air noise area. So that land was purchased because the it restricted the limitation of what people could do with that land. So an offer was made at the time, and then those houses were all purchased voluntarily by the. So we need to keep it to have control over our air noise contours as well.
But if it's a zoned light industrial,
yep,
you could find another use for it. Potentially, it has value to be sold to the market. It's not contingent on the air park plans.
No, it's separate. To be honest, I'll be 100% honest, I haven't looked into whether there's anything legally stopping us from selling it, but prudently from an airport perspective, it would be best placed for us to retain that because it is in very close proximity to the runway. And we're looking at ways that we can maximise that land and have been exploring options for that.
Thank you.
So we would like to get a commercial return on it to help support, so we're not purely relying on the aeronautical revenue. That's the goal.
That's the thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, morena nako. Nice to have you here. Thank you for the presentation. Quick question, just around the, I think it was the fire appliance.
Yep.
Was that, did you say there were 3 other airports that you worked with to purchase?
Yes, 3 other airports that are all currently in the same position as us at the moment.
And was that because you might have got a better deal doing it in that?
So we use a company. We use a company called TSL, which help broker these types of deals. So they go through a very thorough process. They have to ensure that all the fire appliances meet the specs in conjunction with CAA. They go out to all the manufacturers around the world and say, this is what these airports want, these are the specifications, and then they come back with proposals, and TSL help do that. So yeah, the thinking is that it does help with buying power as well. You also need to go and receive the appliances, do all the checks, those types of things. If there's more one appliance being bought from one place, obviously one person can go and do that on behalf of all the airports. So yes, there are cost savings, which is why we're doing it with them. That was also done last time as well. So the Panther that you've seen at the airport, that was procured in conjunction with another airport, and that did realise cost savings too.
Thank you. And just supplementary questions. How old was the old one?
How old is the old one? 1991.
1991. It
Yep.
is. I thought that was a compliance.
No, 1991. So yeah,
Sure.
and it was, yeah, there's no others like it. It's very hard to support.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Kia ora.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Nicole. Everything looks pretty honky-dory, doesn't it? Just a quick question. A new instrument flight path for ATR aircraft. What's ATR?
The ATR 72s, it's one of the larger Air New Zealand aircraft that come in. So there's the ATRs and the Q300s are the two aircraft types that we have in. Okay. So the ATRs are the flights that do the Christchurch Rotorua sector. The aircraft that do the Christchurch sector, yes. Okay. So is it just the minimum descent altitude that's changing, or the it's the minimum descent altitude, and the flight path has just been tweaked slightly to, if you've flown in, you'll notice that there's a very big dogleg when you're coming in from the south. Yep. To avoid all the hills. So it's going to be straightened slightly. And there's new design criteria out, which have mean we've been able to do this and then get significantly reduced minima. So it won't affect all flights, but everything helps. Okay, yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair. Thank you, Nicole. Morning, Greg. Could I just follow on from Councillor Wadu, please? Where was the latest fire appliance? Where was that purchased from?
It's a Rosenbauer, so it came from Rosenbauer in Austria, which is one of the big suppliers.
In Austria. Okay, thank you for that. Could I ask, so is there any use we can do for the old one? Can it be sold? Is there any chance of any?
Yep, we'll definitely be trying to do that. We've got a couple of vendors in mind. Bear in mind there are a lot of other airports that are also looking at selling very old, obsolete appliances. So the demand won't be huge, but yes, absolutely, we'll be looking at what we can do there.
Okay, thank you. Could I just ask you to expand a little bit on the asset management plan delay?
Yep.
Could I ask, so, because we have the AGM next week, yep. Will there be some figures available, or what's going to be?
No, I'm just still working out exactly what information you guys actually would like to see. Also, we have implemented a new system called OneReg, and we're actually working with OneReg to develop quite a comprehensive asset management software tool, essentially. And we're still trying to get that to the maximum so I can actually get the information in a much more palatable format to help you. So we have all the information. It's not that we don't have the information, it's just getting it into a format which is easy for everybody to understand and actually meaningful. If I gave you the information in great big detailed spreadsheets, it would be a bit hard to digest. So it's just making sure we can get something meaningful to you. So I'm talking to JP's team about exactly what's going to be the most useful. I'm just flagging it because we had said that we'd do it by the end of September.
Okay. Thank you for that. Could I ask finally, just on, over the weekend I looked at about 3 other, which I consider equivalent airport sizes to our town. They seem to be a lot further along in their AGM reports about carbon footprints. We, in a strategy, we seem to be a little bit behind the ball on that. Again, just comparing what they've put in previous reports compared to ours. Is that, and I know you're talking about future work, yep. Is that something is it a high priority, or is it more of a long-term strategy? Thank you.
So we are very much in the early stages of our journey. I wouldn't say that we're significantly further behind than other regional airports. We're probably further ahead than some and further behind in others. So I don't think we're totally out of line with what other airports are doing. But we are at the early stages of journey, and it is definitely something that's a focus for us. There are probably other things that are higher priority, but this is definitely something that's ticking along, and we're aiming to embed it. Rather, I don't want it to be a standalone project that you do this one thing and then it gets forgotten about. To me, it has to be something that gets embedded within the organisation and within the culture of the airport and with what we do, within what we do every day. So that's where you're going to get the better results.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you very much for your report. Just on the You mentioned, Nicole, on the 6 Willerton Road place, and you said you'll demolish it now and use it for other purposes. I would have thought that, so one of the other purposes surely would be if the runway is going to be extended, we've got the land there of 6 Willerton Road.
It would be useful if that was to be the case, or if the runway was wider. It's sort of nearer the runway strip, which is outside of the runway, but there's no plans or any intention at this stage to change the runway, so it's not been specifically held for that, but it is very close to the airport.
Something for the future, though.
Yeah, it's because it is so close, and it is quite a sort of strategic piece for us to be able to own that land.
Are there any other properties in a similar situation to number 6?
No, all the other residential properties that the airport owns meet healthy home standards and are tenanted. This one was a bit of an outlier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question, Nicole. I think it's great to see that you're going to submit the Part 139 certification through the software compliance tool, which you said will be industry leading. I think it just would be helpful to explain why it's so important to have that Part 139 certification.
Oh, without it, we can't operate as an airport. So it's our operating certificate. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Grant, did you have any final comments? Otherwise.
No, just thank you, Nicole. Good coverage. Appreciate the questions from councillors. Yeah, the Part 139, it's quite a big process, so airports have to renew in essence, their certificate to operate every 5 years, and it's quite a substantial process with the regulator, Civil Aviation Authority, so it's quite a big job for the team, but yeah, we can't operate without it, so it's a pretty important one. But no, thank you, nothing else to add. Appreciate that, Chair.
Thank you, Grant. So we look forward, thank you, Nicole and Grant, for attending this morning and the reports and answering the questions. We look forward to having that further discussion with you around the service funding agreement. And councillors, you are invited to attend the AGM, which is next Tuesday. So thank you, Nicole and Grant, and we look forward to seeing you then as well.
Next Thursday.
Thursday, sorry.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you. Councillors, the next item on the agenda was to be the Rotorua NZ CCO quarterly report. However, Andrew is just currently on a plane, so I'm going to just defer that item until later on in the agenda when he is actually available to come and talk to that presentation. So I'm going to move to page 22. I'll just give you a minute to bring that up. So we're moving to page 22, which is the Resource Management Act Delegations Manual update, and I'll invite Jason Ward, the Manager Planning and Development Solutions, and JP to overview the report. If I could have a mover and a seconder that the report Resource Management Act 1991 Delegations Manual update be received. Thank you. Moved Councillor Barker, seconded Councillor Lee. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you, that is carried. JP and Jason, we're in your hands.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Just really much, this is an administrative piece of work for us, so it's a refresh of the delegations manual against any legislative changes and title changes. But I think Jason's here critically to answer off any questions you may have.
I had one question. Is there a glossary which shows you what all the little designations are in the delegates column?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair, and apologies. It needs actually, probably the next time we do it, quite a restructure. That is actually on page 60, which is, I must admit, it's not that helpful, but it is. There is and I actually printed one out for myself this morning.
Right, sorry, I was looking for it at the beginning at the glossary sort of section, so that explains it. Thank you. Anything else, councillors? So we're just updating titles, and I see that you've got a new clause added in there that if the changes to the names or the titles of the people are pretty much similar. You won't have to keep going through this whole process again, so that would be useful for the future.
Yes, that's right, Madam Chair. I think it's clause 5 added in. If there are minor changes to titles, then that position holder still holds delegation.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you both. Could I just ask, Madam Chair, or her worship is more than welcome to comment as well, I'm happy to support, but can I just ask, given that we have a CE, hopefully appointment at some stage in the near future, should we perhaps be holding off, or are you comfortable that, for the reasons given in the report, that we can safely say that this will carry forward? Thank you.
Yeah, good question, Councillor O'Brien. With the RMA delegations, it's actually from council that delegates to council officers. I think it's the only delegation that works like that. So the CE actually has his or her own delegations, which covers all of the Resource Management Act delegations within theirs. So it still carries on as normal, business as usual.
Any further questions, councillors? No. I think it was pretty extensive in terms of all the track changes that we had for 85 pages. If there are no further questions then, we've got both the track change copy and the other copy. Could I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that the committee recommends to council that the updated Resource Management Act 1991 delegations be approved? Moved Councillor Wang, seconded Councillor Waru. Is there any discussion on this item? Seems to be fairly straightforward. No? Okay, well I'll put that motion. All those... Oh,
sorry, Madam Chair. No, I mean, it's straightforward because it has to happen. There's no sort of way around it. We have to go with what the RMS say. That's why. So it's not a matter of, I don't think we're not interested. It's just, it is what it is. So, kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. No further discussion? No question? Thank you. Well, I'll now put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Just move now to page 25 of the agenda, which is the report for the future of the pensioner housing portfolio. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive that report? Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. Seconded Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Welcome Steph and JP to overview the report and to speak to the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steph's got a presentation just to take you through, which really just gives the key points out of the report. As you're aware, we signalled that this report was coming from the LTP discussions we've had previously. So I'll hand over to Steph just to guide you through the options and recommendations from the report.
Tēnā koutou. Gets me every time. So just to remind you where this has come from, in July at the Community and District Development Committee there was a discussion around our pensioner housing portfolio and some of the issues that Council experiences in managing that portfolio. We have 152 pensioner housing units across 5 sites. They are either 1 bedroom or bed sits. Majority were built between the 1950s and 1970s. We are not able to be a community housing provider under current legislation, which means that all of the cost sits with council. There is no government subsidy to enable us to manage the portfolio, and that comes at a cost to council of $1.3 million. We do not provide any social service support for our tenants, some of which are very vulnerable, and we have no ability under our current financial situation to meet demand for affordable housing, which is increasing as our population ages. So you'll recall in July, you directed staff to consider options for how we might, in the future, manage the ownership and management structure of that pensioner housing portfolio, and set a number of objectives for staff to look at in assessing those options. So that was around ongoing housing security for existing tenants, greater support services, ensuring the financial sustainability of the portfolio moving forward, and potentially to create opportunities to grow that portfolio to meet growing demand from our elderly. So we looked at a number of options, and they are detailed in your report. I will briefly kind of go through the ones that we are not recommending today and some of the rationale around that before kind of going into that, the recommended option and why we think that's the preferred way forward. So the first one we looked at, which actually isn't up there, was just status quo. Obviously that's not going to achieve any of our objectives that we set, except to continue ongoing security for our existing tenants. Selling council's portfolio was considered as another option. We have been down this road before, and we're not successful. And there's a number of reasons that this presents some constraints. One, the value of the asset on council's books, we will not return that. This is evidenced by, I guess, that previous process and the offers we had on the table, but also the experience of other councils who have sold their pensioner or social housing portfolios in recent times. Some of the land, specifically the Lucas Place pensioner housing, sits on reserve land, having previously been held for aerodrome purposes. So to sell that, we would require a revocation process through a Reserves Act, which we know is challenging and lengthy, requiring ministerial approval, and with the profits needing to be split between the Crown, the airport and council. So again, reducing the financial return to council for that asset. We looked at establishing a new community housing provider. A number of councils have done this, but their portfolios are significant, with over 2,000 housing units. This is a costly exercise and requires quite a lot of administration. There is some benefits, and that would give us a bit more of a greater control over outcomes, but it would need to operate at arm's length of council or a CCO. The other option was to contract a third party. It would mean less cost to council for the administration. We would get greater support for our tenants, but it would not achieve the financial sustainability that we were seeking. So the final and recommended option was to seek to lease the entire portfolio to a community housing provider. I do want to be clear that this, really to enable this to work properly, we will require allocation of income-related rent subsidy from the government. Sorry, I've had a bit of a cold today. And the Mayor has written to the Minister requesting that. The change in government, we will have to wait and see how that lands. So this would achieve all of our outcomes if we can get this to work with the income-related rent subsidy allocation, but also it potentially provides an opportunity for where a new tenant is in place that they could pick up that income-related rent subsidy. So over time, the portfolio would become sustainable and help us achieve our outcomes, but immediately would provide greater support services to tenants and ensure that, that we could start reducing that financial cost to council. So I'm happy, there is a lot more detail in your report, which I'm sure you've all read, and happy to take any, there is the pensioner housing policy. So at the last committee meeting, there was some discussion around amending the policy, and particularly around the income levels. So in looking at this, current income threshold for an individual, which is set at $25,000 in our pensioner housing portfolio, is actually less than what somebody returns on super now, and actually considers them as being in significant financial hardship. So subsequently, we are recommending to increase the income level. These people are still living in reasonable poverty, even at $35,000, particularly without much of an income base, and we have sought to increase the age limits. You will see there. So happy to take any questions.
Madam Chair, just adding probably a couple of points to what Steph has said there. The income-related rent subsidy is really important, and we are sort of hoping that the new government coming in, who has a stated position of trying to strengthen the use of community housing providers for housing outcomes. So we're hoping this might sit nicely with that new policy direction, and mainly because it also gives an opportunity for a community housing provider to operate almost immediately, if we've leased them to a community housing provider, to operate with scale. A lot of the issues that are currently evident in the community housing provider space is that there is a very large number of community housing providers, but often, or a significant proportion of them, are very small. And so the idea that if we could lease ours out to a provider would give them a significant footprint of units to manage and on which to leverage and grow within our community. So it's that scale question as part of that as well.
Thank you, JP and Steph. Councillors, any questions? Councillor O'Brien, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you both for your reports. JP, could I ask, during the LTP discussion, when this was brought up, there was a letter proposed to go out to all the pensioner tenants. Has that been done? Sorry, I haven't received a copy, so I couldn't tell you.
Through you, Chair, yes, a letter went out on the 18th of October to all tenants, and another letter will go out this afternoon, which details the committee's decision today and next steps.
Okay, thank you. No, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Steph and JP. Mine's just a question of clarification, really. And for those listening, I just wanted to understand the financial sustainability side of things, because that's the basis upon which we're doing this process as well. We spend, as a council, $1.3 million on the community pensioner housing. Could you just give us a quick overview of the income we receive from rent and how that's spent and where the costs lie, if possible? Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The 1.3 million is after rent, so that's made up of $590,000 in capital costs to undertake refurbishments of units as they become vacant, and the remainder of that is the ongoing operational costs, so rates, mowing, day-to-day maintenance, those types of kind of everyday costs.
Thank you. And could you just clarify what the rent generated is spent? Is it about $800,000 generated annually?
Yes, about that, depending on the vacancy of the units. That also goes back into the management of the portfolio. So the total cost for management is around $2.1 million, and 1.3 million of that is a ratepayer subsidy, essentially.
Thank you.
And through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, that's the challenge we face. If we had an ability to receive full market rental, then we would be paying for our management and our maintenance and ongoing costs. The fact that we discount to 30% or less of rent is that loss of 70% of revenue. Now, a community housing provider would be able to charge the same as us as a rent, 30% maximum, but they would get a top-up subsidy from the government up to market rental. So in a way, they're eligible for the 70% top-up that we aren't, and hence why we operate in a deficit.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah. Thank you for the report. To me, this really is significant, and I've touched on it before, but just before asking my question, for 1% of our rates towards helping our people is important. Can I ask you, the final two paragraphs on page 32, that would affect the motions that you're recommending here. There is a potential risk that a decision to divest control or ownership of pensioner housing portfolio could result in negative public perception. It's actually happening already. I've had some people who've attended.
Have you got a question, Councillor Maxwell?
Oh, and then the next paragraph also, where you touch on if the allocation cannot be secured, the feasibility of the recommended options is at risk. So really, what we're doing is at risk. In other words, why don't we just leave it at status quo?
I think the important discussion here is that we've had a situation, and this year as an example, and the media's negative reputation piece has come through quite strongly. We have a set amount to be responsive when units are empty, so we can renovate them and make sure they're in a good state. We've had a number more come through, so we actually did not have sufficient money to go through all those units and availability of tradespeople to go through and renovate those units. So of course we've got limits on what we're doing and how much subsidy we have placed in our budgets to do that. So again, this is that question of when we're only operating on 30% of the market rental and we're trying to run a portfolio, we're not well financed to that. So you're correct. If we chose to remain exactly as we are, I think there would be another further important discussion for you all to consider whether you actually need to increase the level of maintenance budgets that go forward and through your LTP, or and also additionally whether we actually should be considering support services, again an additional cost, or whether you need to traverse some of those other options again. So this is where we've come back to the view that you guys agreed as council as the objectives for us to consider. This option is the best to secure the best outcomes for our tenants and our tenants of the future, but also ensure that there's the least cost is to ratepayers in the same space.
Thanks, JP. Supplementary. Are you aware that Western Bay of Plenty is actually investing in more pensioner flats? Are you aware of that?
Yes, councillors. A number of councils have chosen the full spectrum of potential options to investigate. So we've seen a number of councils who early on exited completely, sold to the market, sold to community housing providers, created their own community housing providers themselves, in the case of the Wellingtons as an example, or in certain circumstances like Western Bays have actually added to their unit numbers.
Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Just looking at the financial side again, page 27. The establishment of a CHP requires registration with the CHRA, which will involve considerable cost and effort. So, what's considerable cost?
Thank you. I don't have those exact numbers, but we know from the experience of Wellington and Christchurch, which, to be fair, Christchurch was some time ago, so probably not very comparable. Can add some inflation to that. But it is quite lengthy and time consuming. I can't give you an exact number though.
Because that would be helpful for us to decide whether that's viable or not. If we know what we're up for a cost, we can say, well, that's too much, we can't afford that. So going forward, that would be helpful. Carrying on, page 28, option 3, it says, this option does, however, present some advantages in that it would allow council to retain ownership of the pensioner housing portfolio whilst generating a long-term lease with the new trust entity, and also giving council the ability to the ongoing management of the pensioner housing portfolio. So what you're saying there is that we actually still get to have a say in how that's run with option 3, whereas if we had option 5, it says, it should be noted, however, that apart from its right as a landlord derived from the terms of the lease, council would have little influence over the direction and activities of the CHP partner. So it sounds like option 3, we still have a say, option 5, we have very little say.
Not quite correct, councillor. If you contract a provider, you specify in your contract. So that's the option you talked about, us paying someone to manage them. So same sort of situation if you have a private rental, you have an agreement with a property manager who would do XYZ or inspect XYZ times, do whatever. So that's that part. In the leasing option, one of the options that we would be doing is if you went through a request for proposal, you'd actually be looking at how that community housing provider operates, its objectives and its approach. The intent there is actually what you're doing is you're leasing to someone who is a community housing provider, who has those clear outcomes and objectives within their own documentation. There would be an ability through our lease to put various conditions against it, but generally what you're doing is you've actually seen a not-for-profit community housing provider who has the right kind of objectives and intent. So that's who you're leasing it to. So it's not quite as needing to be so directive. You're relying on them having the right purpose around what their trust is set up for.
So we would have to be very clear with our benchmark as to what we expect from them before going forward, because once we do go forward, there won't be any comeback if we're not clear from the outset.
With all leases, if they don't comply with the lease, there would be those clauses which would say you've moved away from your original purpose that we agreed to, or things like that. So again, we're leasing properties to them, we're not selling them or transferring them. So there is always ways of coming back from that, or a discussion around it if they change their objectives or legislation changes in 5 years' time. So there is all those opportunities to be built into reviews and accountability against their purpose. But it is part of that exercise that when you would assess, if you went to market and looked for community housing providers, it would be an evaluation of what is their purpose, what's their focus, how do they manage and operate. It would be critical.
So, one last question. What is your understanding of what the new incumbent government's policy is on councils becoming basically CHP? Have they decided to change that? Is that even on their mindset? Or?
Nothing's been stated. All we've seen is in the simple housing policy document that's been put forward when we've reviewed the National Party's material. Obviously there's a bunch of discussions underway at the moment, and all we saw from that was a view of reviewing kāinga ora and strengthening community housing providers. We believe the application of an IRRS to our properties by a minister would enable us to support that objective by ensuring we could put on the table a portfolio that would enable a CHIT to operate significantly here within our community.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions have been answered. I was looking for assurance that the tenants will be looked after, and I think JP's given that clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rotorua, for the presentation. My question was just around the community housing provider, the process of, I guess, identifying and then selecting one. JP, you mentioned that there are many small-scale CHPs operating, and how can we assure that they will have the capability to, I guess, expand their portfolio, expand their portfolio, but take on this asset pool?
Thank you. We would seek to run probably a two-stage process in expressions of interest, followed by an invited request for proposals, and through that process could set some very clear criteria around what our expectation was that applicants or proposers would need to respond to and provide evidence of, which would give us the certainty that they would, I guess, assist to meet our objectives.
Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, tēnā kore. I suppose just following on from Councillor Maxwell, Uncle Trevor's kōrero, just want to get some clarity around a few things. So, our preferred option is to lease, correct? To a provider. Yep, goodbye. The land cannot be sold.
Sorry, just for clarity,
Or can the land be sold, sorry?
The majority of the land could be sold now. The land under the Lucas Place pensioner housing would need to go through a reserve revocation with final approval from the minister. There's no certainty around the outcome of that process, and it does take a number of years to complete.
That's not what is proposed, though, eh? Kia ora, because I'd imagine there'll be a bit of war going on about that if that did happen, just to be honest with everybody. The other question I have also too is the pensioner, I think it was the finance, the income. This is one little thing over $35,000, I think it was for an individual, can't make more than $35,000, that's correct. Where was that number derived from?
It was really just, so I guess based on what a pensioner would receive through the super, and then a small increase with an ability to undertake some part-time work. So, yeah, there's not much more to it than that, to be fair.
No, kapai, it was curious. And just one last thing too, around I suppose the preferred option. Would you say that we might have a better than average chance of getting that option done, given the situation that the actual government put us in, talking about Rotorua in the first place, around housing?
I don't know if a new government coming in would take accountability for the things that have gone before. So it's more a case of actually looking towards the policies and what those policy outcomes might be for government. So I think that's why Her Worship, having written to a new minister, asking them to consider allocating a IRS credits to our tenants, or a transitional arrangement for that, actually means that with that additional revenue they become a far more viable business proposition for a community housing provider, who can then do more reactive support, provide better services, and actually do a better job than us, also having scale, and I think that's the critical piece here. Whilst there's a lucky few who are our tenants, or maybe the tenants of other smaller community housing providers in our community. I've talked before about analysis done by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, which talked about 650 odd pensioners who are in renting distress currently. So there is a large cohort of older people in our community who are still struggling with market rentals. And so our portfolio is not increasing. So this is really a question here of putting on the table, can we get a better outcome for our tenants and our future tenants within our units? Tick number one. Can we enable a community housing provider to operate and scale that they could continue to add units in the future themselves, to actually start growing as required, because we've had 152 units for a very long time and have subsidised them to a degree for a long time, and not provided any of the additional support services that potentially could be or should be available to those tenants.
And one last question. So the preferred option has been put into the report, and I might have read over it, I'm not too sure if it was actually in there. So failing the preferred option, because that is a big if from the government, I assume that we are going to continue on as per normal as what we do now, but find a bit better way to do it.
Yes, so if the committee decided to progress a leasing option, and through LTP that was supported finally, and we were not able to achieve an appropriate arrangement with a CHIP, the status quo would continue, and I guess we would come back to you with some other options around how we might move forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee, followed by Her Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the excellent report. The way you've set out the options and the advantages and disadvantages is pretty helpful. Thank you. You mentioned that there are 4 community housing providers in Rotorua. Are you able to identify those for us?
Habitat for Humanity, though they do operate across the Bay of Plenty. Wera, Visions for a Helping Hand, Bordlands Community Association, and I cannot remember the last one, I apologise. It might come to me. I can come back to you with that answer, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. And there's some others across the Bay of Plenty who may have an interest as well, potentially. Okay. Do you have any idea how long the leases might end up being? Is it something you've contemplated?
Not at this stage. Again, part of this exercise would be, if we've gone through the couple of steps we've talked about here, we would probably have to do some further analysis about where there is leasing options in place. We'd probably talk to some of the providers about the logic of reviews and terms before we went out to the market.
Okay, thank you. Would you envisage that our portfolio of 152 properties might be divided up among several chips, or would you envisage they all go to the same chip?
I think what had Steph indicated with that first registration of interest and then an RFP process, look, one of the options that we might need is just to have more of an open discussion about is there one solution or multiple solutions that need to be evaluated. So I wouldn't want to speculate whether that's the right option or not, but it definitely is. But I think that's one of these things that if we got the OKs in the next couple of steps, and there's a few dependencies there, that would or could be one of the options.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Sorry, we've gone round the room, I think. Mayor Tatzel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Look, thank you both for coming back and addressing some of the key concerns that this council had and had also asked you to further explore. The questions that I have focus on the why, I suppose, on understanding why it is so important that this decision is urgent. So JP, you mentioned the lucky few, and it was one of my questions, but you also mentioned that it's about 650 people, pensioners, who are currently renting. Our average rents are about $600 a week, so this is urgent. The question I did also have was, we only allow 40 people on the wait list. What exactly is the demand of others who call up or contact council but are not able to get on the wait list? Is it significantly more?
I might have to defer that question to our property manager, Sam, as her team deals with those inquiries.
Thank you.
Our customer centre does get regular inquiries to be added to the wait list. We've had the wait list closed for several months now, and at this stage it's just a service request that is noted. We haven't got stats on how many that would be if we were still open.
Thank you. And my next question was that Council has obviously not been able to increase the amount of pensioner housing units because even currently as they are, they're not financially sustainable. When was the last time that pensioner housing was increased? Because I don't recall it being in pretty much the duration of my life.
The last redevelopment was part of the Rāwhiti pensioner housing complex, where we did increase it, I think, by about 15 units. That was through a subsidiary loan from the government at the time of around $1.5 million. So since the 1980s, which might be before your time,
I think that was undertaken, sorry, just confirming that redevelopment, and it was Housing New Zealand at the time, gave councils interest-free loans if they continued on that purpose for a term. So I think the Rāwhiti redevelopment was 2008.
Redevelopment, but perhaps not establishment of new pensioner housing.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I think that's a very shocking sign of just how long it's been. You think about back in that time, I wasn't even born then. Our community has changed significantly. Our population has increased. I would like to see this supported by council so we can take the next steps to provide better solutions.
We've been around the room once. I think we've had all the questions. I had two last questions, if they're short. So Councillor Maxwell and Councillor Brown, you'll have the final questions.
Yeah, I'll try and be short. Just at the number 5 there on our recommendations, you wanted some amendments to the housing policy. So 60 to 65 and a waiting list of only 40. I thought, gosh, that would make a huge difference. Why aren't we increasing the waiting list then? Because, can I say it, I think Maori, a lot of that are based out there, and the age group, and that I think that might have gone before they were eligible for a unit. So you did give it some thought. Is that too big a jump from 60 to 65?
I guess that's a decision of the committee. The rationale for increasing it was really just to align with retirement age and when people could start collecting the superannuation benefit.
Okay.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. The policy you're suggesting is hard and fast 35,000 and 65, but the numbers you've derived, those numbers are derived from superannuation levels. Should the policy not be linked to super, just to make it easier going forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, the maximums an individual can return on superannuation is around just under 26,000. So this enables somebody to collect super and then undertake some part-time employment, I guess, to subsidise that. The committee could choose to align that with superannuation if you choose to do that.
Thank you. I think Councillor O'Brien, you had one last question, if it's quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your indulgence. Could I just ask, have we commissioned any independent reports on the social impact of these possibilities? Thank you.
No, Councillor O'Brien, we haven't.
Thank you. Councillors, we've had quite a number of questions. I'm just wondering, because we've got quite a lengthy resolution to get through, I think we'll take the morning adjournment now, and if we come back at 10 past 11, I'll give you, and we'll then deal with the resolution that's on.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can I just ask, is your aim to include the recommendations all as one block, or will we be addressing one by one, or?
We can take them one by one because there are some different aspects to the resolution which relate to the leasing and then also to the policy, so we can deal with them.
Thank you, because I've just signalled that I'll be opposing 2 and 3, so I'm just letting you know now. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We'll come back at 10 past. Thank you, JP and Steph, for that presentation before. I think perhaps if you could step away from the table at this stage, and then we'll deal with the motions that are proposed. Given the indication before the morning break about just taking this in parts, I'm wondering if we could just deal with this in two different bits. So perhaps could we just deal with the pensioner housing policy as a separate item, and then we'll come back and deal with the actual option. So if I separate this out, I would be looking for a mover and a seconder that the committee approve the following amendments to the pensioner housing policy. So we'll increase the age limit to 65 years of age and over and reliant on superannuation, or 60 years and over and reliant on an invalid benefit. We'd amend the asset-based eligibility criteria to exclude applicants with an income-generating asset. We'd amend the income level to be no more than $35,000 for an individual and $65,000 for a couple, and prioritise applicants who are unable to undertake paid employment and are reliant on superannuation or an invalid benefit as their sole source of income, and require applicants to provide confirmation of income from the IRD at the time of application and prior to being placed into a pension unit, and from time to time as requested by council staff. So is there anyone that's happy to move that? Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillors, we've now got that motion on the table, just dealing with what is up there as item 5. So round of discussion. Mayor Tapsell is the mover. Do you want to speak to this first?
Thank you. And we are only discussing item 5, but I think that it is very timely. Of course, as we've heard, it matches the age of the pension. There has been quite a lot of change in income levels, but also a huge change in the demand for it. So I believe that these changes will ensure that those who most need it in our community will be able to be put forward as a greater priority on the wait list. So very happy to support these changes. They are very timely.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. Councillor Patterson is the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Echoing the comments of Her Worship, the 35,000 and 65,000 actually gives a bit of leeway for a little bit of extra putia to be earned by the tenants, so that they are not solely reliant on the pension, but there will be those who are. So having that that level is a good thing, and also I don't see any issue with having to provide documentation to prove your income level from IRD. I've been through that process for my mother. It was easy. They're very helpful. It's not odorous. So no, I'd support that.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, in the case of the other items, that would be going out for consultation, but this would be a decision that would take effect straight away. Is that correct?
Yes, it would, because this is a council policy that we're seeking to update.
Yes. Thank you.
Are there any other discussion? Councillor Brown.
Just when I alluded to the question around linking it to superannuation, I just wonder whether we can give this policy a little more longevity by somehow linking it to superannuation. I don't have the answer in my head, but 35,000, 65,000 in 10 years is meaningless, but we either have a review, ask for a review in a timely fashion, or we potentially somehow link it to superannuation. I'm not sure of the answer.
I've just had a confirmation from Una that the policies are on a 3-year review anyway, so that would hopefully address that concern. But I'm just taking discussion rather than questions, since we're now in discussion on the motion.
You can discuss my question if you like.
Councillor Waru.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe te Chairman. In general, I'm supportive of the policy amendments here, but I am a little bit weary of, I just think that cap, that $35,000 cap, because there are kaumātua who do work, who make more than that. It's just a simple thing they don't have, but they don't necessarily have whānau or anything around to stay with. They need, equally, they would be eligible to me to be in those homes. to just, well, I don't want to use the word discriminate, but to sort of separate out ones. You have to be pohara. That's what that's telling me, to be in these flats, rather than you should be there if it's for your well-being. And there's not a lot of stock out there. We assume that people will get to that age that they'll have a home. Most would have a home and all that stuff. That's not really the case. So I just would caution around that, maybe a little bit of flexibility around that. Also, the word pension, I know we've got age limits there though, but I think we need to start using, I don't know, some kind of different terms, or is there a glossary or something that describes what pensioner means? Because pensioner doesn't always mean taumatua elderly. It could be someone else on a different type of pension. So just maybe if we're clear about that. I haven't seen the policy as a whole, to be honest, but that's all I just want to bring to the attention of the council, to think about that, make sure we're very clear. Because you can have a war pension, you can have all the different type of pensions. Even though it's got the age there, I'm just saying I think we should be clear. Other than that, kia ora tata.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Any further comments? Councillor Maxwell? You're speaking to the motion, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be abstaining on this. I haven't really had it long enough, only about a week, to think through this one here, so I'll just abstain because, gosh, some of them would have left this earth before they reached 65, but I'm also wanting to know how it would affect the 40 on the waiting list. But yeah, I'll abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just another point of clarification. This wouldn't apply to existing tenants, is that correct? So this would be applied to... No, this is a new policy
going forward for incoming
tenants. For incoming consideration of new tenants. Thank you.
If there are no more comments, Mayor Tapsell, as the mover, you have the final right of reply.
I think this one's quite straightforward. There'll be plenty of discussion on others.
Thank you. Councillors, then I've read that out. It's now up there as a separate motion as I've read it out. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Councillor Maxwell has abstained. Councillors, we'll just go back now to deal with the preferred option for the portfolio. So what had been proposed in the agenda is that we resolve the preferred option is that we would achieve our objectives by leasing to a community housing portfolio in its entirety to a suitable community housing provider. That would note that the leasing of the pensioner housing portfolio is considered a transfer of control of a council strategic asset, and subsequently consultation with the community on the proposal through the long-term plan is required with the council's significant and engagement policy. And that council includes the $1.1 million of capital funding across year 1 and 2 in the draft long-term plan to complete refurbishment of the vacant pensioner housing units to enable a leasing option to be progressed. So is there a mover and a seconder for that option? Councillor Lee. Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Wang. So I'm talking to 2, 3 and 4 because they are all linked together. You can talk to each of the individual, but I'm just going to take this as it is here. No, so Councillor Maxwell, when you come to vote, you can say that you vote for A and oppose B, if that's whatever it is. You can have your vote recorded that way.
I'll be opposing 2 and 3.
So I've had it moved and seconded by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Wang. It's going to now from for discussion. Councillor Lee is the mover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate, as I said before, the report that's been set out the way it has. It appears that under the current legislation, the most prudent step forward
is the leasing option to a community housing provider. I note that this is a significant issue that will be put out for consultations, so I'll look forward to hearing what the community have to say about this. And obviously that'll give us a further opportunity down the track to consider what it is. We'll also have further clarity over which community housing providers are wanting to provide the service. So it seems to me pretty straightforward that this is the best option. The other thing I would add is if the legislation does change down the line, the fact that we're going to lease it would mean that if the legislation was tweaked in the future, that we could continue as we perhaps currently are if council was eligible to become a chip in future, for example. So I think this is the most prudent option.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my view is council isn't a community housing provider. We can't provide as explained in the presentation and in the report, the wraparound services that the community housing providers can provide, and of course we can't access the government subsidy, the rental subsidy as well. So I'm fully in support of exploring this option, and of course in the motion, option 3, that it would be going into the LTP, as Councillor Lee mentioned, so it would be going out to consultation, and then we can make that decision later down, the final decision later down the track, pending the community feedback on this. But my view is that it would be better suited with the housing portfolio in the hands of an entity where their sole objective is in this space, and to be able to provide that support as well, and that is not council. So I'm fully in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne. Councillor Brown.
I'm also in support. It seems to me that this is a win for the tenants. It's a win for ratepayers. There is a process. I don't see any fishhooks in this, but the public has the opportunity to consult. We will consult with the public, and we will hear for that, so we can change our minds if we hear something we don't like. I think it's a good direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have to say I thank Councillor Brown for his comments there, and in many ways I support what he's actually saying. For me, however, the devil's in the detail, and I can't support a policy which I just don't believe is right. When at election time, only 14 months ago, many of us on various apps or at various forums were asked about our attitude to pensioner housing. I made it very clear I would not support any change that I thought could be detrimental. To say that there's possibly some good things, it's great to see that we're talking about investing in these units, but what a shame that we've had such a poor record of maintenance that now we're having to talk such large sums of catch-up. So many times I've heard from people around this table and across this whole room, whenever we go somewhere, quite often the phrase used is he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It is people, it is people, it is people. Now suddenly we're changing our mind. It's like, oh, LTP time, we need to cut back, so let's hit on those most vulnerable. And without any, from my point of view, there's a lot of work that should have accompanied this from a social impact point of view that hasn't accompanied our motion so far. I'm sorry, I cannot support this and won't support either 2, 3 or 4 because of the last sentence on 4, which says enable a leasing option. I would support the spending, but unfortunately the way it's currently phrased, I'll be voting against. Thank you very much.
Councillor O'Brien. Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Look, we've had a lot of discussion around the pensioner houses as buildings, but we haven't acknowledged rightfully the staff who have actually been looking after our pensioners for a very long time with very little resources. This has been a very difficult, obviously financial model. We haven't always had enough funding to keep up with the demand, but what has always been there has been staff who have been very loving and caring towards the pensioners who are in there, who in a very difficult time of a housing crisis are dealing with some of the most vulnerable in a way that is very hard to when we simply do not have enough there to help. So I'm very supportive that this council is brave enough to tackle these hard issues, that we are brave enough to say we need to do better, and that we will be doing all we can to ensure that that is the case. I really look forward to hearing from pensioners and also the wider community on what the best solution for us moving forward is, but there is no doubt that remaining in the status quo would be acceptable for us or for those who may need these pensioner units. I'm very happy to support the recommendation as it is.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, like Councillor O'Brien and also Councillor Maxwell, I have concerns about this. Primarily, it is the detail or lack of, too many ifs and maybes for me. You know, this is a major strategic asset that we own and we have a responsibility for. We have a duty of care for our citizens, and I just feel that we haven't had enough detail regarding certain aspects of it for me to support this. So I'm concerned about our people more than I can say. I've had sit-downs with these people. I know what they're like and I understand the struggles they're going through, but I think this is rushed. I would like to see what central government has to say before we go down this path, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totoko support what Councillor O'Brien and Patterson have said already. I will not be supporting this motion. It wasn't one of my preferences, and for me, when we say vulnerable, our older persons that end up in our pensioner housing, they need our help. And it's, for me, I'm happy that 1%, well, that only 1% of my rates are going towards helping them, and I think it's value. I touched on it earlier. Western Bay of Plenty and Tararua councils, some of the ones I've already heard that are investing in looking after their older persons. That's why I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We've heard several speakers speak for and against the motion. I think that it's probably appropriate now that we put the motion. I'm happy to support this as well. It's all around better outcomes, as Councillor Brown has mentioned, both for the ratepayer and for the residents, and there is the opportunity for us to consult with the public for them to let us know what they think. So the motion as it is up there has been moved by Councillor Lee. It's been seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against? Thank you. That is... Sorry, we'll just need to... We'll just do a division here, so let's go. We'll just... All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And those against? 2, 3, 5. That is carried. It's carried, 6-5.
Please record my vote.
It's a division, so voting is recorded accordingly. So thank you, councillors, for that. Councillors, we're moving on now to page 34 of the agenda, which is the progress report for the community and district development. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the report be received? Sorry. 1 minute while I just consult with Una. Councillors, we're just checking whether you wanted the division to be called out. I think it was fairly clear because we used a show of hands as to who voted for and against, and it will be recorded in the minutes the way people voted, so I don't think it's necessary for the names to be read out. Sorry, so can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to receive this progress report? Moved Councillor Tapsell, seconded by Councillor Waru. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you, that is carried. We're just going to take this report a little bit differently. There is the main report, which covers a myriad of different areas, but we're going to just deal with two presentations, and I think the most orderly way to deal with this will be we'll take the presentation on dog registrations and we'll take questions whilst we have Kurt and Mickey here, and welcome to you both to the meeting, and then we'll do the second presentation, take questions on that, and then we'll open up for wider questions on all of the other matters that are in the report, so that will keep us focused when we're asking questions to just this presentation at this stage. So Kurt and Mickey, we're in your hands.
Morena, thank you for hearing from us today. Today I just wanted to take you through a presentation which is essentially an update on where we're at with dog registration, essentially through till the start of November. So just a bit of an overview. So Rotorua Lakes Council obviously operates an animal control unit, and the reason for that is to fulfil our regulatory responsibilities under the Dog Control Act and to give effect to Council's dog control policy and naturally our bylaw as well. So the reason for that is that the animal control activities contribute to Council's community safety goals by essentially keeping people and their pets safe, and in particular mitigating the risk posed by uncontrolled dogs. So the work that the team undertakes includes, but is not limited to, attending to roaming dog complaints, attending to secured, which is found and reported dogs to Council, investigating dog attacks, attending to barking complaints, delivering dog safety education in schools, which is just starting to gather momentum again after the years of COVID and not being allowed into those types of places, educating the public about responsible dog ownership and undertaking any necessary enforcement activities. So we also run the Dog Pounder course, which houses between 50 to 70 dogs depending on their size, and part of that involves a distinct focus on rehoming as many as we possibly can. Our main goal in this space, or one of our main goals next to the community safety aspect, is actually to return as many dogs as possible to their owners, which I'm really proud of what the team do in that space every year. I think the numbers on the screen just give a bit of an idea of the volume of that service, particularly approximately 500 complaints each month, which is a fair amount of service from the team. So as far as the dog registration overview is concerned, so we have roughly 12,000 dogs in the district, and that does vary from year to year. We typically get some dogs that leave the district, a number of dogs die, and we have around about a 2% increase in dogs every year. This last year we are down a little bit on previous years for unknown reasons, just shy of the 12,000. Importantly, all dogs are required to be registered every year by 30 June. So that is a legal requirement on dog owners under the Dog Control Act, and Council simply slots in under that with our obligations to make sure that that actually happens. So Council staff, as part of that, they do typically carry out door-to-door checks to make sure that the dogs are registered, and if necessary, issue infringement notices for any that are unwilling. Dog registration in itself is really important and is largely user pays. I think from my recollection, the activity is funded 90 to 95% by animal control registrations, and the rest are propped up in general rates. Our fees are generally pretty middle of the road compared with other similar sized councils. However, Rotorua's socio-economic makeup is quite different to some of our neighbours as well. So the dog registration, I've just covered the first point, sorry. But just to give you an idea of what our fees actually cover, they largely cover providing and maintaining our pound facilities to ensure that we have a suitable standard of welfare and care for the dogs. There is a fair bit of time involved by the staff in trying to return lost or stray dogs to their owners. The investigation, depending on the type of thing they're looking into, can also take some time. As council, we also try and facilitate the right behaviour by providing doggy do bags from our customer centre as well. And we do as much proactive patrolling as we can, particularly in areas such as reserves, parks, sports fields, and trying to keep our signage up to date for that to let people know what the requirements are here in Rotorua. The team also attends to wandering stock on local roads. Up until a couple of years ago, we also did the state highways, but now we have a focus only on the local roads, with Waka Kotahi taking the other aspect over. And the fees also cover our overheads, such as our vehicles, which do travel a fair distance every single day, and any required technology. A lot of administration, of course, involved in that, and our own staffing as well. Just an important note on that is that microchipping of dogs is massively helpful to our team. It is a requirement, but it is helpful when we are looking to return dogs to their owners. And around 70% of the dogs that we do impound are actually returned. So coming to this registration year, it's certainly been a difficult registration year. Just looking at the figures again this morning, that first figure of 1767 has now gone down to 1660. So there are some people that have come in and registered since this presentation was prepared. But to be honest, it's just not happening quick enough this year. So we had around 15% of the total dogs unregistered. The number of unregistered dogs last year was less than 700 at this time, and that's a really important point because picking up on what I said earlier about our typical way of dealing with that is going and knocking on doors and reminding people to register and, if necessary, seizing the dog depending on what the reception is. So we have this year done similar things to previous years with radio ads to try and get the message out there about the importance of dog registration. Our comms team did a great social media campaign with the paid advertising in that space. We used RLC ePānui. There were 2 reminder letters sent out to all known dog owners, and a couple of payment extensions in there as well. So last year, just for context, was the only year that we have really offered an extension, and that was as a result of the tail end of COVID. Normally we're sticking to the stock standard registration timeframes. Very, very normal for councils across the country under the Dog Control Act, including us, to apply a penalty. That normally kicks in on the 1st of August each year and amounts to 50% on top of the usual registration fee that a dog owner would normally be paying. So where we are, and just to cover that too, that penalty is something that's applied under the Act. Where we're at this year is, unfortunately, it's simply not possible for council staff to inspect or follow up that many dogs before the end of this registration year. Essentially, we've got 1,000 or so, or just shy of 1,000 extra dogs that are unregistered compared to the same time last year. So focusing on inspections, we do still have a focus on that, but specifically for dogs classified as dangerous or menacing, and also for our selected dog owners, which is essentially the category of dog owners that have proven to council that they are responsible dog owners and apply to council and have a reduced annual registration rate. Really importantly, we have also attempted between the animal control team and the customer centre to contact as many owners as possible since this in recent weeks to let them know that they must register their dogs, and that's probably why we're seeing some people still trickling in. We did actually get some legal advice on our options at this stage, because legally we are, as I've said, we are required to make sure that dogs do get registered, or we're in the space of infringing. And the advice that we have had in that space is that the only really tenable way to deal with this at this stage is to look at proceeding to issuing infringements for all remaining unregistered dogs. So it is a $300 infringement, which we're planning to send out at some point in the next couple of weeks. The important thing with that is that the infringement will be accompanied by a letter which says to the dog owner that they still have 28 days, which is the term of the infringement, where if they come in during that time, we will still accept payment for registration and we will waive that infringement. If they don't pay for the registration during that time, that would then follow the standard escalation course, the same as any other infringement. So just to recap on our animal control fees for this year, I won't read through those individually, but essentially where we're at just represents the 5% uplift from the previous year. But the one column I would point out is the late payment penalty fee there, just to give you an idea of what percentage that is. So for your urban dog, $57.75, and for your rural dog, $41.50, and the total that people would be paying at this point. And just to recap, so if people are coming in to pay their registration during that 28-day period, that also includes the penalty as well. And that's also to ensure fairness for people that have come in and already paid a penalty this year. This is a question we've been mulling over for some time. So why are registrations so low this year? What the staff are hearing back in this space, and what we're aware of through the other work in the regulatory and community safety team, is the cost of living crisis seems to definitely be having an impact on people's ability to pay. It's well known that deprivation levels and increased poverty has been a factor for the last few years as well, and we appear to be in that very similar space as far as payment ability as well. The fees have of course gone up 5%, which may be impacting on that. And previous registration extensions, which I mentioned earlier through that COVID period, we feel is also probably playing a role in just how important or unimportant people feel dog registration is this year. So on a more positive note, we have got a few things looking ahead in how we can improve this situation and try to stay out of this situation from a customer perspective. We have a proposal which we will, some information which we'll be bringing back to Council around the one tag registration, which is essentially shifting away from the requirement for people to get a new tag every year, which is quite onerous on customers to come into Council and pick that up, and also for Council staff as well to basically administer and assemble those 12,000 tags and split rings every year and post all of those out. Essentially, it's one tag for the life of the dog. It is becoming more popular across the country. So that would be something positive going forward, and also simplifying that registration process for customers as well. Part payment plans is something else that we've been looking into, and in response to acknowledging that times are tough. Just for clarity, our focus on part payment plans at this stage is on the registration year ahead. So essentially, if people can pay off small amounts regularly for the coming year, they don't even have to think about whether they can afford their dog registration for that coming year. Just for clarity, it is very tricky if you're talking about the current registration year. For instance, if somebody had made 2 or 3 payments and then stopped paying, that does put Council and the dog owner in a tricky place, because we don't really have a registered dog, and then you're back in the infringement cycle, which doesn't always result in the outcome that we want, which is actually people registering their dogs. and that is a much cheaper option for our customers as well. So I think the key takeaways from today would be that owning a dog does definitely come with important legal responsibilities, and responsibilities such as this do have a flow on to community safety. I would encourage everybody to register on time to avoid the implications, not just this year, but every year. That we do acknowledge the current financial pressures, however, Council must enforce the provisions of the Dog Control Act and ensure that dogs are registered. Dog owners do have a short remaining opportunity to register their dog and avoid having to deal with an infringement. And that's about it from me.
Thank you, Kurt. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Councillors, I'm just mindful of time. We've got a number of presentations. We still have some decision points. We still have a CCO presentation. So I think that the presentation was fairly clear in what we're asking the community to do, which is to get out and make sure that they pay for their dog registrations. So if there are any quick burning questions, but I don't think it's something that we all need to spend a lot of time on. I think the messaging was pretty clear, and the figures are all up there, the timeframes are up there, and the message is very clear that we need to have dogs registered. So just quick questions, but I'll just, Councillor Waru, Councillor Lee and Councillor O'Brien, and that will call the end of this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. Tēnā koe koutou. Thank you for the dog report. It is really important. Just wanted to see, as a dog owner, comparatively speaking, how do we stack up next to other councils in terms of pricing and also the trend that we're seeing here?
Thank you, Councillor Waru. So pricing-wise, we are very middle of the road. We have done a check again this year just to make sure that we are. But again, just stressing that our socio-economic situation is slightly different to some of our neighbours as well. Trend-wise, that's a difficult one. So our trend has actually been quite different last year to previous years around when we've applied extensions and not. But we certainly are at a much higher level with non-registration this year than any other council that I'm aware of.
So it's more of a case people are consciously choosing to withhold that?
Yes.
Payments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the Chair. Thank you, Kurt and everybody else for your report. Could I ask you, as much as I appreciate having data on how many complaints, do you have any data on response times with a rural-urban split? Because with all due respect, if we're not getting in an appropriate time, the amount of actual complaints is not really much helpful to us.
Yes, good point. We certainly do have information on that, not in front of me, unfortunately, but we do monitor those response times, so particularly around our, what we call our P1s, which is our dog attack side of things, which are responded to immediately.
Right. In future, it would be helpful if we could have that provided to us. Thank you for questions. Can I just say on your presentation, sorry, the inspections on selected dog owners, is that for people applying for that SDO, or is it current SDO holders that haven't renewed?
Both.
Okay. Okay, all right. And also in your presentation, you had down there that we're having difficulty getting house visits. Would that be fair? Sorry, I'm reading what you're...
yes, that's correct.
So you had in your presentation up there that we have 9 officers. So how did we used to do it with 5 or 6? But we're struggling now with 9. Could you just help me out with that?
Sure. So the 9, just for clarity, is our 8 officers plus team leader and pound keeper as well. What's changed is our complaints, the number of complaints have continued to rise, and over the past year and a bit we have had a bit of flux in the team as well with staffing. So we are just building some competency and confidence in that space again at the moment as well.
Okay. If we had more time, I'd probably examine the flux, as you call it, but we'll leave that for perhaps next time. Could I just ask finally...
Councillor Brian, how many questions have you got? We were just making this quick, so...
Yep, well, sorry, I'm here to ask the questions that the people have elected me to.
Indicated that.
So, yeah, well... and finally, the annual report That's, I think, goes to DIA. When was that due, please?
So we have to submit that within or following the previous registration year, so that's just about to be released shortly in the next week.
Thank you. Would it be possible for councillors to get a copy of that?
Absolutely. It'll actually be on our website as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the questions we were asked as candidates was whether we would support a change of policy that would allow dogs into the CBD. I notice you mentioned that some dogs are classified as dangerous or menacing. Obviously, we wouldn't want those in the CBD. Do you have any thoughts on whether that would be a good thing to consider?
Conscious we're trying to deal with fees here. I think that's probably a topic for a different discussion, but unless we get good registered dogs, I would say no. So registration is really critical, that we know where the dogs are, they're microchipped, we can look after them and we know what types of dogs are where. So expansion of areas where dogs can go, I think is dependent on us having a really good regulatory approach to managing dogs themselves and community safety. So I think unless we get those two things very clearly taken care of, a positive expansion of areas where dogs could go, I think is a question that should follow only after that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Thank you, Kurt and Mihi, for the presentation on the dogs, and I think we've sent a very clear message out to people that please get in and pay your dog registration. So thank you for that. We'll now move to deal with the consenting performance report. So once again, councillors, we'll just take questions relating to this report only following the presentation. So welcome back, Jason.
Morena, everyone. Councillor O'Brien asked some questions, I think, at the workshop or a last council meeting, and we just thought it was just really important to traverse some of the resourcing and staffing issues that were raised and how they relate to our performance, which was what was indicated across that previous meeting. So we've just got a short presentation here that we just want to sort of drill into a bit more detail about how we've talked about, and I've raised it before, our shortage of planners, how we've tried to mitigate some of those challenges. But I think it is worth us just taking the time to do a bit more of a deep dive into A, what we're doing, and B, what that does mean for the 20-day statutory time requirement around resource consenting. So Jason and I just got a presentation just to walk you through. So, councillors, you'll remember that our performance was recorded at the annual plan or annual report information there. So there's been a drop in the number of consents processed for both land use and subdivisions on the previous year. Look, one of the things that we're also doing is we also look across the Bay of Plenty and across the country to see what other kind of councils' performances are like. Just by way of comparison, Tauranga City reports about 60% as well. But having said that, Western Bay's reports a much higher percentage, closer to 90% or over 90%. So one of the things that we're doing across the Bay of Plenty is also looking at benchmarking. How are they achieving that? What are they doing differently from what we are doing or Tauranga City are doing differently? One of the key things we've talked about here was just to make sure you got an idea of our staffing and the pressures it creates, and it really goes to Councillor O'Brien's question about us being able to do our work and do we have adequate resourcing around it. So in Jason's team, including himself, there's 6.2 FTEs currently in the team, supported by 2 planning technicians. So it's a bit of more of a technical administration support being provided to them. Within our organisation chart and looking at our current demand, we've got 4 vacancies. Jason is continuing to advertise and seek to recruit, so you will always see our jobs being advertised, and we've got 1 potential new graduate planner starting in January, so that's a real positive change. We've talked previously about, and this is where I've answered off Councillor O'Brien's questions previously, when we're short of staff, we try and move consent processing to some of the consultancies to assist with that. Having said that, the staff shortage that we're experiencing is a national issue. There's a shortage of planners, and it's also even affecting consultants and their ability to process consents as well. So they also try and fit our work amongst their primary work. So it is a quite a challenge, and we do use, as a consequence, a number of consultancies. So one of the issues we're now starting to see is we were weathering that storm, balancing it off with the expectations that we would get this recruitment through this year. We've been running at quite significant loads on the staff for an extended period, and it is starting to really adversely impact on the team's productivity, but it also affects our customer relations. So if someone's dealing with a significant number of consents on their desk, the minute they find something wrong with it or it needs a request for further information, they'll send that email and they'll put it aside because they've got plenty of other consents to get on with. So that's that kind of communication and relationship management that we should have with those applicants all the time. Some of those things fall by the wayside when you're overwhelmed by work. So that's one of our challenges at the moment, is those relationships. The request that Councillor O'Brien has asked previously about, do we have sufficient resourcing? Actually, I'm cheekily putting there is we've got the budget and we're reallocating our budget to use consultants. Our issue is actually the recruitment or the growing of new planners. So one of the areas that potentially we should be focusing on, and it's part of an action plan we'll talk a bit more about later, is actually it's around cadetships, scholarships, and trying to grow our own people may be a more effective method than simply putting more money on the table for either recruitment, higher salaries, or anything like that. So growing our own is the key focus. So you've seen me report this, which is you can see some of the fluctuations that also affect the teams and how much work we have to move out to consultants or how much we can hold internally. So you can just see that there's 4 years worth of data there. So I think the last year is, I think, the red line. Yeah. And then the year before that, we had a much bigger green line. This year we've started off with a whole bunch of consents coming through quite early on. So again, that goes to that sustainability and that workload drain on some of our key staff. So if you've just flicked through there, we're talking around, we've been in a housing crisis, we're short on homes, we have problems around housing across the full spectrum. We've heard about Kāinga social housing, but it's older people housing, it's all types of housing are a challenge for us. So it's nice to see the volumes, but that's also layering on the complexity and the challenges for the teams to process this kind of work. Now, one of the key things I would say is our rules being more permissive now that we've got in place the medium density residential standards, which give us a performance framework within which to operate. So if people adhere to that, we don't actually need to have a resource consent. It goes straight to a building consent. However, the planners do need to have a look at it to make sure it's complying with those standards. So even though everything's sort of going through quicker and potentially without a consent fee, because it goes straight to building consent, there is still time being taken up by the planners having to check that it's meeting those standards. The other part that Jason and I talk about quite regularly is, if you just go back one again, is the likelihood of achieving 100%. And I would say good performance is not 100%. I think that's almost impossible performance because it goes to the quality of the applications. So often we have some quite challenging parts to the application. So someone prepares an application, but locally we have some quite significant challenges in putting forward an application to us around things like have they had adequate iwi consultation, the usual information requirements around geotech, stormwater, contamination, and even traffic management where there's an access onto a state highway. So often a lot of our applications come in and they have not fully completed all of those elements to a standard that the team can actually process it. So we often stop and have to send back a request for further information or give them some advice of where else to go. We've got an example that is certainly popping vigorously through the Mayor's email mailbox at the moment about a consent application in a rural area where the developer has not been well supported by their consultant and has missed there's been a legislation change around high and productive land, highly productive land. So there is another report requirement that we should have received. So we're in a position where we're having to say, hey, we understand the complexity and the challenge, but that's another piece of legislation that you need to also show a report on. So again, that starts affecting our ability to get those processed within the statutory timeframes. So again, with adequate staffing, with our process being finely tuned, the quality of the applications is also quite a high bar. So there is still those further information requests that go out. So the answer. So we've talked about resourcing, and there is no silver bullet here to achieve 100% or near 100%. What we're doing as a team and as a department is working to make sure that we're taking all of the potential areas to get those improvements we need to. So if you look at our business process improvements and communication, at the moment some of our improvement steps have been paused while we just make sure we're bedding in and making sure we're adapting to using one council. So that's the first focus. There has been previous improvement reports done over the last few years, and almost all of those conditions have now been implemented, or recommendations have been implemented. I mentioned earlier about looking at what other councils are doing. Is there other good practice or learnings we can take from those? The other critical part, and it goes to work that people like Simon Bell are doing, which is understanding the pipeline. So whilst he's in that development support role, he's also got an understanding of who's doing work at the moment and when we might expect an application to come through. That gives us a chance to give some heads up to some consultancies or just check the workload we currently have for staff. The other part of what Simon's team is doing is working with the developers and the consultants about making sure we get better first contact. So that in those pre-development or pre-application meetings, being really clear about you're developing in this area, you will need a traffic management plan done because we're going to have that question from Waka Kotahi. So making sure up front, before an application is lodged, we've communicated as effectively as possible what their application should include to get the quickest pathway through our processes. And finally, for most applicants, it's not so much 20 days, it's how many days. So it's more that communication of being really clear of saying, if you lodge your application with us and it meets these criteria, we think we can get it back to you in this amount of time. So it's that open two-way conversation, and as I mentioned earlier, when you're under the pump, sometimes that communication of when can I actually expect this consent to be delivered falls by the wayside. So that upfront communication about what those timeframes are is critically important. I've talked about the current team and just the issues around sustainability. We've had some, and I think this is how long can you run with a really heavy workload, and we're starting to see those cracks and pressure appearing on our staff. So incredibly committed, working exceptionally hard, but there's a point when we have to say, actually, we need to pick up more work and move it out to consultants if we can find them to try and manage that load on those staff. We're also looking at detailing bigger, more substantial contracts with some providers, so actually give them some certainty about the workload going to those consultancies, so we can ask them to actually prioritise our work first, as opposed to an add-on amongst their normal clients. So a really important change for some of that focus. And then additionally, Jason's looking at options around when a consent gets processed, there is a seniors or Laurel or Jason themselves sign off those consents. So almost Laurel and Jason becoming a point of failure as well when there's one of them on leave or something like that. So making sure we've got some capacity to pick up some additional people who can sign off consents. And then finally, we've developed quite an extensive recruitment strategy that we're working with HR on, and just trying to look at where we're advertising, how we're positioning roles. I've talked about things like cadetships or developing our own staff, but equally just can we also substitute technical or administrative and technical staff to do some of the more mundane tasks to free up the capacity of those trained planners to do more. So I suppose that was a very quick whip through. Our biggest issue is getting staff. We're trying to get those through as many strategies as possible, but that's not a single solution here. We do need to have relationships with consultancies, we do need to look at substitution, and we do need to look at our processes to improve those outcomes as well. So happy to answer off any questions, but I think it was really important for us just to come back with the concerns being raised about our performance in the annual report.
Thank you, JP, for that extensive presentation. Councillors, I'm just mindful that it's nearly 12:10. I propose that we perhaps take the lunch break in 2 minutes and that we come back at 1 o'clock because we do have guests that are due in at 1 o'clock. So I'll just take a couple of quick questions now that are the most burning, and please make your questions concise. Councillor Maxwell. Councillor, followed by Councillor Lee.
Very quick, thanks for that. What you're telling us, do we have a lovely problem? We're getting lots of requests coming in, developments happening in our city, which we're all wanting.
Yes, but we also want to do a good job.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we just go back to the slide that had the graphs on it with the numbers of property? And my question is, how many of these properties that are coming through the system, through the pipeline, fall into that MDRS category that don't require a resource consent?
Yeah, this is those developments that need resource consent. So on those graphs, none of those on the blue line are MDRS.
Thank you. Councillor.
Okay. What were you referring to then, JP?
So what's left here is the land use and subdivision consents, which are complicated, larger or comprehensive developments. So they're the more substantial consents. When we go to an individual lot where someone is using MDRS for one section, that is where it's getting through without having to do a consent. If it meets those performance standards, it goes directly to a building consent. If it's inside the performance standards, though planners still need to look at it. So there's a separate path. So this is where you look in the progress reports. You'll see us talking about subdivisions and land use consents, but also the building consents and how many houses are being built.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Kiriopo, this will be the last question we'll take, and then we'll take the lunch break, and we can pick this up again after our Rotorua NZ presentation, if there are still burning questions. And don't forget, we still have the rest of the report from the JP's team. So, Councillor Kiriopo. Oh, sorry, we just can't hear you. Could you just speak up a little bit?
So, can you hear me now? If I speak up?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, I'll talk as loudly as possible. My question's in relation to the consent processing, load management for internal staff, which you've highlighted as overwhelming, and recognising that load management resulted on resources overwhelming. Hapu and iwi are expected to engage in their own time with no reason access to specialised expertise. My question is, how much do you think that impacts or contributes to load management being overwhelming for internal staff? Deal with iwi who just don't have capacity and often a capability to engage in those consent processes as they're required to.
So I think, so your question is there a lack of resourcing to deal with iwi applications? Is that the... And is that contributing to the delay? Is that the question?
Sorry, I can't, you weren't speaking into the mic, so I couldn't make out what you just said.
Lani, we did hear that question, so Jason is just about to hear, answer it off.
Yeah, if I heard that correctly, The delay is actually with the applicant. The applicant typically is the party that consults, so the landowner. But I think what you're getting at is, yes, there are delays there. There is pressure on iwi hapu as well. There's more demands on them. There's more requests. And there's greater time taken on that and following up and yeah, right through the system.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I think we'll take the lunch break now and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. So we'll take the lunch break now. Thank you. We're back on live stream. As I mentioned this morning, we had left the Rotorua New Zealand presentation till after lunch at 1 o'clock. So what we'll do is, in terms of the agenda, we will take the Rotorua NZ presentation now, since we have both Andrew, Tim hiding behind there. I think I can see Graham and Marissa and Justin. So we'll deal with that, then we'll go back and deal with any final questions relating to the consent performance presentation, and then we'll finish the rest of the agenda. So welcome Andrew, Tim and the rest of the team. Are the rest of your team coming? Hello Justin, Marissa, Graham. Over to you.
Well, kia ora tātou, nau mai haere mai. Thank you for having us, and thanks for modifying the agenda.
Sorry, Tim, I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to have a move in a second that they're going to receive your report. Thank you, Councillor Waru. Thank you, Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, thank you, carried. Thank you. Sorry, Tim.
Start again. Kia ora tātou, nau mai haere mai. Nice to be here. Thanks for changing your agenda around for us to allow Andrew to travel back from Wellington this morning. So it's good to have Andrew back because he's been away on extended leave for a period of time. So I've got some of my day job back in the last week. I'll just hand to Andrew for a sec just to introduce his team, because each one of them probably stand up. You'll know most of them, but I think it's important that you know the senior executives within the team who have been doing a lot of the mahi and continue to drive us forward.
Yeah, and look, and I think just probably on the record, a big thanks to those three that carried the cam while I was away. So, you know, they've done a fantastic job, and certainly, you know, we've continued to kind of move forward in terms of what our agenda is. Most of you, well, hopefully all of you know the three individuals, but I will introduce them in case there's some new faces there. But on the old fella here, Graham Brownrigg, looks after our visitor services, all our eyesights. Kia ora. We've got in the middle there Justin Kimberley, who looks after you know, our insights, you know, a lot of our kind of projects in terms of you know, development and so forth, and then Marissa Ball on the end, who looks after marketing and comms. So we're not a big team, but you know, we've got three really capable people there that are, you know, delivering some really good work. So just wanted to acknowledge them.
Good, Andrew. Thanks for that. And I just want to acknowledge them as well, because when Andrew was away, they were amazing to work with, and I got a lot closer than I probably normally would to them, and it was neat working with the team. So thank you for that. Just a few general observations before I let Andrew sort of get on and talk about the detail and take you through the reports. Just from a general economic point of view, obviously, probably the highlight at the moment is that international tourism industry is clearly, we're now clearly in season. We are starting to see our numbers pick up quite significantly. It's really encouraging. I think every business in tourism is different and relies on different markets to survive and thrive. The markets, especially the North American markets and the more Western markets, have been incredibly strong. So Australia, Canada, the US, that's on the back of some really strong air capacity coming in out of a number of ports in America. And we're seeing Australian visitation still be quite underpinning it as well, and Canadian not far behind. So there's some really strong signs in the marketplace. Just to give you an idea of how that's affecting the business I run, we're now up to 160 staff. The lowest we got during COVID was 31. We traded through COVID with around 60 most of the time, and we're now up to 100 and, you know, up and around the 160 mark. That's what we need to kind of deliver to the demand that we are seeing and that we're actually achieving. So we've just in the last 2 or 3 weeks really seen the market really intensify, and that's quite, you know, that's quite evident now. And you'll be seeing some of the signs of that around town. Accommodations getting fuller, a lot more visitors walking around the town and enjoying themselves. So an encouraging start. Is probably a little bit slow off the mark. We thought it would come away a little bit earlier than it did. We were expecting it to come away in sort of mid to late September. But it actually took to sort of mid-October before we really saw the energy starting to come back into the market. But since then, it's been all go. And the other day, we had our first day at Te Puia post-COVID, where we went over 1,000 visitors for the day. So we were really pleased that we were able to achieve that. And it's a really good sign. And the bookings going forward are looking pretty strong as well. Probably the caveat in all that is that and a number of the operators are saying it, is we're just not seeing the Asian markets come back at the same strength. They have been much, much slower to come away. China obviously affected that. They were late coming back into the marketplace. It doesn't appear to be an issue of air capacity at the moment. It tends to be an issue of just the markets are just not moving as fast. And observations from around the world is everyone's saying that is a bit of a phenomenon right now. So we're really waiting with bated breath to see how that goes, particularly at a business like Te Puia, where we had a strong Asian footprint. So I think, overall, everyone within the sector is starting to feel a lot more positive on the back of that. Probably the other challenge has been the domestic market's been relatively flat through the winter months. So most of us have noticed it, and that's presented us with a challenge. Obviously, Kiwis who could afford to travel were going overseas, and then the economic conditions got a bit harder. People's mortgage rates and things went up, so I don't think they had the same amount of discretionary that perhaps they had, a year ago. So that sort of affected demand as well. So overall, from a tourism point of view, we're on the right path. I think we're seeing the internationals come back. Domestic's a bit flat, but we hope to have a positive domestic season on the back of the things that Rotorua has got to offer. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. And so it's looking good. The other sectors, I think, are ticking along. Most of the other sectors in Rotorua, the industries that we rely on, are probably all a bit flat internationally with commodity prices, but it's sitting there, it's hanging in there, and I think one of the good things with Rotorua's economy is its diversity. Allows us to sort of wade our way through it. So I'll let Andrew take you through the rest of the thing, but a big focus for us has been the reputation rebuild, which is something we really want to, we really want to activate and push very hard over the next couple of years, because that's an important piece of work. So I'll leave you with Andrew to talk you through that.
Look, I'll keep my presentation pretty quick and then obviously open the floor for questions. Just wanted to touch on a couple of key areas, so really hard to read, apologies. Broadly, when we look at our KPIs in terms of non-financial measures, they're all tracking, according to plan. We will have to come back in, I would say, January and just formally request a couple of the measures actually get replaced. That's kind of for reasons outside of our control, where MB has made a decision in the last little while to terminate a couple of data sets that we obviously used for our reporting. So that's what they call the tech data, which is, I'll get this right, tourism card expenditure data, isn't it? Electronic card data, thank you, there we go, which basically just picks up transactions at FPOS terminals and so forth, and that has been one of our key measures over the last little while. It is getting replaced with a kind of more complete measure that picks up online and cash kind of transactions. It makes some estimates and assumptions around that, but until we receive the first set of those, we won't be able to kind of know quite where that target needs to adjust to. So just giving you a heads up that will come in early in the new year. Across the page, again, lots of things certainly starting to track in the right direction. The team have been doing a lot of work in terms of just making sure that the eyesight is actually kind of tracking where it needs to be tracking. And so, credit to Graham and his team that we really seem to have turned a corner there, and I think we've started to get the model working really well. And again, we're hitting where we need to be in terms of a number of those other projects. Apologies, we hadn't included our financials in the report. Partly that's down to me, been away. Partly it was also we've just changed accountants again, so it's just taking a little bit of time in terms of just getting back into some regular reporting. Good news there is that we're broadly bottom line we're right where we need to be. A little bit of a variance in terms of income and expenditure is largely just phasing, because we haven't got the budgets quite loaded up in terms of the correct phasing, but that'll be an action for us over the next month or so to make sure that we're reflecting that. You know, income's actually really where it should be, particularly as we kind of head into a busy summer where we'll start to see, you know, commission and retail, you know, income lift. So, you know, positive story there. And the very last slide for me, sorry, my PowerPoint skills have obviously evaded me. Was just giving you a little bit of a heads up in terms of, I know a lot of the time we report backwards, but trying to give you a bit of a sense in terms of some of the stuff that's kind of going on in market at the moment. So bit of a shame that we weren't able to present with the airport, but we've had a nice little joint venture going with Rotorua Airport ourselves and Air New Zealand. That finishes up, I think, mid-November, where we've basically got a bit of a takeover of a whole of Air New Zealand's kind of social channels. So, you know, again, when we know that all that stuff definitely pays the dividends in the domestic market. And I also have just left a copy of the Rotorua magazine for you all. You know, we don't distribute that locally anymore, but to give you a bit of a sense, it does go into all the hotels. It'll sit, you know, they'll distribute it into their rooms while that issue is still current, and it goes in as an insert into the Daily Post, not the Daily Post, the New Zealand Herald, sorry. So it's actually one of the last inserts that you know, the New Zealand Herald allows, which obviously goes out into Auckland. So the team have made a real effort to kind of give it a bit of a revamp this time round. You've changed the quality of the paper and a few other things. So you know, we're pretty proud of where it's sitting. So I will open for questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Tim. And councillors will take the report that's also in the agendas as read, because there's quite a lot of information in that as well. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your report, gents. Page 16 on our agenda. When can we expect to see the draft strategy reputational on rebuild plan? It said early November. Well,
yeah. Really soon was the short answer. Cool. So, look, we are driving the completion of that really hard. We have set ourselves a bit of a deadline of wanting to get in front of you know, all the people that contributed to that strategy ahead of Christmas. So I think we've tentatively booked some time on the 28th of November. Looking over my shoulder. But obviously, prior to that date, we need to obviously come back to all of you and present the outcomes of that work.
fantastic. And second question was on page 17, it talks about a boutique tiny house. What is that, like holiday accommodation?
Yep, yeah, the short answer is yes. So it is basically, falls into the kind of almost a bit of the glamping category. So it's a very boutique kind of, accommodation offering. Sits up on the high on the hill there. Pretty spectacular kind of outlook. And obviously you charge a premium for it. Yep.
Excellent, thank you.
Questions? No? Oh, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report, and thank you all for your work on building our reputation as a vibrant, world-class visitor destination. You brought half the crew along, but where's our star from the AM show, Hayden Mariner?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look, and full credit should go to Hayden. Hayden is actually, he's in Wellington working. There we go. Yeah.
That sounds like an adequate excuse.
He did an amazing job. That was an incredible interview.
It was.
As a masterclass, I reckon, in how you handle an issue like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, whitewater rafting, I mean, what a great way to show off Rotorua to Ryan. Funny story, I took a...
questions, Councillor Lees, please.
I'm sure I can get to a question, but, I ended up meeting this murderer once and took him down the Kaituna River, and it was the scariest thing he'd ever done.
Councillor Lee.
So, please pass on my thanks to Hayden.
We'll
in terms of a question, the CRM system that you wish to do due diligence on, what's the CRM system?
Customer relationship management. So
right, is the One Council system any use in that respect?
We haven't got One Council installed over in for us. I think it's probably trying to recognise we've got quite a bespoke solution that's required for managing a lot of our client data. And I think, to be frank, that's probably too big a solution for us, One Council. We're talking about something much smaller that's particularly targeted to the type of sales work our guys do. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The types of systems we use in a business like Tapui are probably the types that these guys are, you know, the scale that we're operating at. So it's just keeping all the data records of all the, you know, who the customers are, how they're changing, what the movements are. So we've got really good destination information in our systems that allow us to maximise Andrew's team to get to the right people where we can actually get conversion into actual sales.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you both for your presentation. Could I just ask you, Andrew, to expand on the destination management plan? Could you just break down what that is for me and who's on the working group that's discussed in the document?
Yeah, sure thing. So, destination management plan was a body of work that we did, funded by the Ministry for Business Innovation and Employment. So it was post-COVID. They funneled, I think, trying to remember what the total sum ended up. It was probably around about $2 million. One of the requirements was that we completed a destination management plan. So, certainly we spoke to a lot of, the broader community to input into that. It may well be timely to bring that plan back and actually have a presentation in terms of what the content is again. I'm not sure if that's desirable. We continue to have a little working group, so part of that plan is recognising that there's a whole lot of people that need to contribute to delivering it. So the working group is really about how do we activate some of those other participants to lead and tick off actions that are within it. In terms of the working group, I'm trying to recall, it's a mix of some tourism businesses. I think we've certainly had representatives in the past from the Chamber of Commerce, Tipukinga, iwi. Tourism businesses, yeah. So quite a big collection in terms of the people that sit around that table.
If I could, just a quick supplementary. So forgive me, Andrew, so when it says destination management, sorry, I'm still a little bit unclear. What is it you're trying to manage? Is it trying to get us out as a destination and like what's the actual objective of the group? Sorry if I haven't.
No. It was a good question, Councillor. Look, the real objective around destination management is thinking, we spend a lot of time, and look, it's a really core part of our job, going out and promoting and marketing the destination. This is kind of flipping the script a little bit and going back and saying, well, we're only as good when we go out marketing in terms of what our product looks like. So it's really having that kind of conversation around, what do we need to be tweaking and changing within our destination to make sure that we're delivering outstanding experiences when we go out and market them. So, for example, a lot of the type, to give you a sense in terms of what some of the projects look like, one of the really key focuses has been around how do we build capability in the sector. So we've run, a bunch of work sort of supporting capability development, whether that's in kind of mid-tier leaders, whether that's supporting in terms of how we get, summer workforce into tourism jobs. So it's that kind of, it's more on the supply side of the equation rather than trying to build more demand.
Thank you. Would it be helpful if we got an action point just to send councillors the link for the destination management plan? And I know Marissa has a nice short form summary as well, which could be sent out. That could be noted. Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Tim and Andrew. I've got two quick questions here. First one, congratulations getting us meetings 2024 next year. In comparison to trends, I've been to a few of those. How great is the value of having meetings next year?
Meetings is probably one of the two events that most destinations would want to get alongside trends. If you get those two, you've basically got the best of the best. So meetings is a big score for the destination. And it's really, really important right now, given the other centres, opening of their, the new convention centres in Wellington, Christchurch, and, eventually the Auckland one, that we're positioned right in that market, right at the right time. So we've got all the key influencers and conference sellers, function sellers in the destination at that one time, which is going to be amazing.
Terrific. And second question is, Andrew, I heard we did well at the Tourism Awards last night. Are you able to quickly bring us up to date? How well did Rotorua do?
Look, Rotorua always does really well at the Tourism Awards, and we should be unashamedly really proud of that. So Te Patu took away 2 major awards last night. So
2 of them.
which is a fantastic effort. They've one of them was for resilience and innovation, which they've certainly took a product which had an incredible brand. We're prepared to kind of throw it away and start again, which is a pretty amazing story when you kind of really unpick it and think about what they've done. And then they also invest Māori business as well. So, yeah, fantastic for the destination.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana. Although I just heard you being called your worship, I'll call you my worship. So, kai te mihi ati rā kia koe. Andrew, Tim, tēnā kōrua. Tēnā kōrua e nei kōrero a tāhua te titiru atu ki te anga whakamua o Rotorua. So it's good to see the data and some positive stuff. My question really harks back to a while ago, a lot of the industry made a conscious decision to sort of focus on quality versus quantity, or as opposed to quantity. Now, I just noticed, Tim, you said it became, well, the return of the market sort of come a little bit later than you were expecting. Do you think the trend is going to continue on? Like, it's not just you're just going up now and then it's going to drop off again?
I think the trend should carry on this season. Every indicator we've got is that will happen in the markets that have come back on. As I said before, the eastern markets, the Asian markets are probably the ones that we're less certain about. So they're coming back, but they're coming back at a much slower rate. But I don't think that's just a Rotorua issue. That's a national issue. It's an issue for every destination and probably around the world as well.
So just getting back to my kōrero again, so the quality versus quantity kōrero, do you think that's, now that we're getting the data back, do you think it was a good move?
I think it's absolutely the right move, because I don't think tourism was going to be like it was a few years back when basically the industry had grown out of all proportion, and it was causing a lot of, probably one of the reasons we had destination management plans was that there was so many visitors and so many camper vans and all those things travelling around that there were a lot of social licence issues to operate, so a lot of question marks about the sector. So, and I think on the back of COVID, a lot of us sort of looked at what we were doing as businesses and realised actually there was another way of achieving that, and not having to deal with the volumes of people that we traditionally had dealt with. And even when I mentioned 1,000 a day, that's a lot less than we used to handle. So we've changed that around, and there are substantial shifts in the average spend per visitor. So you are seeing that happen. Keep in mind though that the Asian markets can often, when they rebound, they can actually bring that average down a little bit, because they put everyone under more price pressure to get a better deal, because they're often dealing in volume. But so far, so good. Everyone's holding the line. You're always going to get one or two operators that go off and do their own thing. But we realise as a business that we're kind of like a market leader, and people will follow us. If we go down, we'll take everyone down with us, and we're trying to keep everyone up. So, that's the sort of general philosophy, because we want people, the value proposition so many of our businesses are offering are worth that. And, but it's not something we can, it's just each one of us has got our own strategy. We've got to determine it ourselves, because we can't collude. But overall, I think that's where the market's gone. It's gone in that direction, and I think that's a good sign for the destination.
I would add that, having spent a bit of time away, when you look at what's happening offshore, there are a lot of people travelling, globally. It is absolutely pumping out there, So look, the challenge for New Zealand Inc is how do we make sure we get our slice of that market? So,
and then get the yield.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Andrew, and just thank you and the team doing all the mahi there. Yeah, even my whanaunga Hayden doing some good mahi. Hoi anō kai te mihi hoki au kia Tauhara North, mo te tahi, yet another Te Aroa enterprise making a name for Rotorua. Kia ora.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellas, do we collect data on recent domestic visitors and whether we are currently exceeding expectations as a destination?
Yeah. get Justin to answer that. 'Cause,
yeah, I thought it was a Justin question.
Yes, we have a survey program that we sign up for where we get 6 monthly reads on recent visitors to Rotorua. So the data suggests that the perception is slightly different from the reality, where people actually come, they have a more appealing experience than what they otherwise expected from those who haven't visited in the past. Yeah.
So that's coming through in your data?
Yeah.
That's a good sign for the destination, would you say?
Yes, although it's always been that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got it right this time. Just one more question, flipping back the other direction about volume. What's the projection for cruise ships this Christmas, this summer?
I mean, what we're seeing is really strong. There are still some limitations on port, so, you know, with buses, guides, that sort of thing, that limited it quite severely last season. There's a lot of ships coming in. We're seeing some of those days are obviously going to be our peak days. Yeah, pretty strong season ahead, Councillor.
Is it going to be like it was pre-COVID? Have we got to that level yet?
I don't think it'll be at that level, but I don't know if any of us want it at that level, because I honestly don't think a lot of us would be resourced to handle it at that level. So, you know, we literally have to take what one. Give you an idea of it, Hobbiton are not taking cruise ship customers at all. None. They don't want them. They are going for a completely different kind of visitor, and they've told the cruise ship companies, no, it's not their business. So that's how confident they are.
Well, thank you, councillors. Thank you, Tim and Andrew, for the presentation, and thank you for bringing in the team. It's lovely to see you here, because it's nice to put some faces to the names of the people that are doing the work in behind you. We look forward to having that reputation rebuild piece of research presented to us, and I think it was great to see travel guides 5 stars out of 5. So well done on that as well. So thank you very much.
And one final word is, be that change. That went really well Saturday night, Your Worship. That was a good line. Good line.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
While we're just waiting for our guests to... I think JP and Jason will just go back and... councillors, were there any final questions in relation to that performance consenting presentation that we had just before the lunch break? If not... No?
Can we ask other questions on that report?
Yes, we're coming to that. So
Okay.
I'm just dealing with the 2 presentations. So we did the dog one, we're doing the consent performance. So if there are no further questions around that, we'll now revert back to JP's report. Just get my page number. 34. So councillors, if you go to page 34 of the agenda, which is now the main report for this area. Sorry, I'll just get to the right page myself. So we've got quite a number of areas covered in the report: community safety, thriving communities, library, growth and development, integrated planning and development. So I think we'll take the report as read. Is there anything you wanted to highlight out of this, JP? Otherwise we'll just take questions.
Thank you for questions.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another great report. Under the heading RMA Compliance Emergency Housing on page 37, it says 2 motels have been served with a 90-day notice to vacate long-term clients and return to tourism. So are we allowed to know who they are and what are the consequences if they don't comply?
Thank you for the question. So yes, the 90-day
the 90-day compliance does just relate to their tenancy provision, and it just makes sure that anything that we're doing in that RMA space isn't falling out of step or being unreasonable with other legislative provisions in that space. At this stage, I would say that any action that Council is taking with them, it's still in that investigative stage, so I don't think it would be appropriate to provide the names at this stage.
So, okay, I understand that. So what happens if they don't comply? If we say you have to do this and they refuse?
So if they don't comply, there's a number of regulatory tools under the RMA that we can use. Most commonly it's in the form of things like an abatement notice, which can be a cease or a to-do, or is commonly a combination of, through to more serious, or through to infringement offences and eventually court.
Right, okay. So have we had this tool available to us before?
Yes, the same tools have been available, but how we use them has depended on how the activity has evolved over time.
Okay. Yep, that's enough on that particular topic. Can I carry on to another? So I'm just trying to remember if this is actually still part of this report. Page 40, is that still part of this report? Yes. So you talk about the theme of the month being Nostalgic November. So I see a list of activities which are happening at Ariki Kapa Kapa, and just wondering, we were aware that this year is the 75th anniversary of Springfield Golf Course. Perhaps considering that's council leased land and it's the only public golf course in Rotorua, it should be included in that? Maybe they didn't tell you.
No, they didn't. And well, I think the reference you're making to is actually the library.
Okay, confused. All right, sorry. And lastly, page 41, 31 Nongataha Road. Is that the Watchman development?
That's correct.
So it makes a statement. What does council is now required to provide a formal response to the application? What does that mean?
If you recall, there's three projects or three developments that applied under the COVID-19 fast-track provisions. So that goes past councils directly to government, who then, through the Ministry for the Environment, authorises the Environment Protection Agency to, in effect, run a consent hearing directly. So we become a stakeholder. So we're just required to submit reports to that. So we answer any questions from that agency as they run their hearings. Generally for us, it's about submitting information around infrastructure availability and any other information that we have specific to zoning, supplier services. Regional councils also get involved when they make comments on flood protections, flood modelling, so that's pretty much our space.
So stormwater, etc. And roading. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillors, you are the report that we're dealing with goes up to page 47, so it's questions within that section, if that makes it easier for you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's page 45 of ours, the Housing Accord, Housing Dashboard. At the top there, I thought I recall we tracked motel use over time. But we're not doing that anymore. I don't think that this is as helpful as seeing the trend. Top left-hand corner, summary of temporary housing use. We've got motels in use, but we're saying 22 in total at the moment. But we used to do, I thought we did that over time so we could see the trend of the reduction of the motels, but it's not in this one.
No, I think I gave you a snapshot last time, which goes back to September when the first dashboard started. And so I think I gave you a point in time from September last year to the September-October information at the last meeting. I hadn't done any more trend information. So as I say, this is a monthly trend dashboard, or sorry, a monthly dashboard. So we could go back to tracking those numbers over time if you like. But I think I just presented it for the 1 year view last time.
Yeah, I don't know what other councillors think, but I think the trend is good to see. We like to see we're tracking in the right direction. And I think we are, but it's not apparent in this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor O'Brien.
Madam Chair, through the Chair, thank you, all three of you. Could I just ask very quickly, I see there was a trespass issued to someone, sorry, I think staying in the government gardens. Did I get that right? Thank you. So could I ask, and I support that, it's a step in the right direction. There's been issues around begging, and I've brought this up with Mr Gaston myself and Anaru previously. Do you have is there a plan in place to address this? Because I'm actually getting very concerned that there could be a very serious traffic incident at some point. So I would hope we would be proactive rather than wait for something and be reactive, as tends to be the case around here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Yes, I do have a plan in place. Well, when I say I do, I have a joint plan in place with the police. I've met with the Area Prevention Manager and discussed this just last week. We have a plan moving forward in regards to our recidivist beggars. We know there is a group that are recidivists at begging. We've identified this group, and part of the plan is our CCTV team know who they are. They're watching them, and if they move on to committing an offence, and if the police are unavailable to attend for whatever reason, we are going to provide that evidence to the police, package it up, send it to them, and they're going to follow up with that recidivist offender, recidivist beggar on that offence. So it's a way of holding them to account if they're going to commit further offending when they're begging.
Thank you. So could I ask you, I can't just decide from memory if I want to busk outside a shop. I have to ask the permission of the shop owner, and I think the shop oversight. So why is it that these people can do, forgive me, but your plan sort of sounds like more of a wish list than an actual action. So I'm wanting to know where's the actual action going to be? So we're just reporting it to the police and job done? Is that
Not
it?
only that, we've got another thing in progress, but we are going to have a graduated response in regards to begging. And that graduated response is going to be speaking jointly with our council members, our guardians, with the police, Māori wardens, whoever it may be, working out of the hub, speaking with them, understanding the reason why, educating, encouraging, and then if we have to move on further, we will.
Okay, thank you. You've answered it, but yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you. And just finally, could I ask, since you use the term guardians still, is that the correct term? Are they guardians, ambassadors, or?
No, they're Safe City Guardians.
Safe City Guardians, thank you. I noticed the other day, I see them without their protective vests, which I know you'd mooted before. Can I just ask you, so if we had a situation where we had a repeat of previous incidents, say in the city focus or around the bus, is it your determination, how do you see our guardians' role? If an incident is occurring, is it for them to intercede, or is it their place just to report and monitor and keep this wider public at arm's length?
Yeah, it's the latter. Look, there's roles, the police have a role, security have a role, and our city guardians have a role to play. City guardians are there for de-escalation. I would be concerned if city guardians jumped in to a fight. Yes, we covered under Section 48 of the Crimes Act, everyone is, but only to a certain degree. So we're still criminally responsible, criminally liable under Section 62 of the Crimes Act for use of force. I would hope that I wouldn't put our guardians in that position where they've had to use force and unfortunately end up in court for doing so.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, following on from Councillor O'Brien, the City Guardians are not wearing protective gear now. Are they comfortable with that?
The majority are.
Okay, thank you.
No further question. Oh, Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Warren.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Sorry, I missed another one on page 42. Talks about the Tāheka Geothermal Power Station. Where is that?
Tahiki. As you head through
Okere
Falls and up the hill there's the flat
Yes.
platform on the left-hand side as you drive up.
Yep.
That's where they drilled their test site.
Yes.
And they had previous funding, so they put quite an extensive test well in there.
So just harking back to the presentation we had last week from our friends over the hill, isn't that in contravention with what they told us, or is that outside the zone?
So you've got to remember there's more than one field within our district. So what the regional council are doing is, I think they talked about their protection plan, or I think was the way they described it. So we have a display field. It was one of the naming conventions that describes the field that sits under the city. There is production fields in other parts of the district and region, and obviously if you head down to Topol, there is very clearly production fields there. So Tāheki sits on a field that's considered a production field or potential production field.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te chairmana. Kia ora anō koutou, te tokotoru I tapu. Hey, just in regards to the community safety people that are going around keeping our CBD in particular safe. You mentioned that the majority were quite happy to not wear the vest. Has there been any, I suppose, positive feedback from that happening?
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Yes, we've had positive feedback. The positive feedback is they look smart, professional. One of the difficulties we are finding, though, there is a teething problem there, and we're going to work on it, is the public generally don't know who they are now since they're out of that uniform, their old uniform. But there's going to be a comms piece on that. That's coming out. Yeah, and the Guardians are going under significant change at the moment, and yeah, we will iron out those little issues.
And probably just adding to that, remember we talked about it's a multifaceted group of safety initiatives. So we've got the Community Safety Hub in place, so that joint coordination and tasking and understanding what's happening within the CBD between the different agencies. There is the CCTV monitoring, so we've increased the capacity there to see things happening or prior to happening, but equally after the fact to make sure we're able to package up information and recordings for prosecutions. The Guardians then fulfil a role, and we've also got that mobile vehicle with the security personnel inside who still remain normal security guards and the paraphernalia provided by Watchdog or VR in this circumstance. And then, of course, we have on-site security provision, such as the library. So there's a mixed model of approaches here, all in contact with each other at any given time. But for us, the key piece is the de-escalation and trying to see things in advance without projecting the image that we have a city where we're under siege.
Just on that question too, I got feedback from a city guardian where a homeless person said, actually, you guys don't look intimidating anymore.
That's where my question was going to, because that's a bit of feedback I've received as well. So kia ora, tēnā koe. Got to be positive.
Thank you. No other questions, councillors? I just had one, Mihi. It was just around where people are the potential for traffic accidents, because they're actually standing in the middle of House Street, in the middle of the roadway, you know, against the traffic light stand. And also, as a person that's coming up to turn right, it seems like there's not very much room between the cars and the person standing in the middle of the road. Seems to be more prevalent.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, but that is a police matter. You know, there's a lot of things that can happen if we're intervening in the middle of the road. Yeah, I mean, there is a bylaw. If someone's holding a sign, we can deal with the beggars in relation to holding signs, but that's as far as it goes. Yeah. Or window washing, obviously. We've got a bylaw for window washing, but yeah, when it comes to the road and safety, it firmly sits with the police.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've got no further questions in relation to this part of the report. Thank you very much, Mihi and Kurt. And JP. Thank you. We'll move on now to the corporate services part of the report. It's on page 47 onwards. Can I have a mover and a seconder that we receive the progress report for corporate services? Moved, Her Worship, and seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you. Carried. Welcome to Thomas and Stuart. And you have a presentation on the night market, which I think councils had requested.
Yep, so thank you, Madam Chair. We'll take the report as read, and Stuart's just going to run us through a presentation on the night market, and then happy to answer questions on the night market first, and then any other questions that you may have in the report. So with that, over to you, Stuart.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Rotorua Night Market. So the night market was really established in March 2010 as a way of bringing visitors and tourists into the inner city. It's held every Thursday, 5 to 8:30. We're now on summer hours at 9 o'clock. During the summer, we average about 65 stalls, and in the winter, around 45. Average attendance is about 2,000 in summer, but on some of the bigger nights like Diwali, some of the Multicultural Society stuff, and where other major events join to us like the NRL, the numbers really swell. It tracks and is positively viewed by our locals and visitors, with regular visitation and repeat visitors by many of our locals and families. It celebrates multicultural communities and supports major events, which I've just said. It's an incubator for new businesses and a platform for the artists. So if we look at, think about some of our businesses, some of our successes, it brings like-minded people together. It's low barrier to entry for people to test concepts. If we look at Guido's bakery, that was one of the original starters at the night market, now has 2 bakeries in Rotorua and employs about 15 people. And then Johnny's Dumplings, of course, which is really successful, employs about 35 people across the Bay, plenty in its stores in Tauranga as well. It provides an important marketing opportunity for the destination. In terms of followers, Facebook followers, but also in terms of certain times during the year we've had the eyesight there on site, or we promote events that are happening around the town as well. It also provides an opportunity for those community groups, non-profits, for raising funds as well. Challenges. Our challenges really revolve around the weather. Last year, 18 weeks or 18 days, but we were unable to run due to the weather conditions. And that was really, really poor timing, because it was a bit of a time where we were coming out of the COVID recovery, and make that quite difficult for some of the stallholders to get some momentum and some revenue generation. Post-COVID impacts, we lost some of our original stakeholders, and like most hospitality, finding it quite difficult to recover due to staffing issues as well. The night market is a little bit tired now. It needs some refresh. There's a lack of ongoing investment, and some of the other challenges around the regulatory, which was around changes to TMP, makes it more expensive for us to set up. The opportunities, obviously, to pursue some new vendors and bring some more diversity into the product mix. Renegotiate sponsorship. So Unison is our current sponsor. Their agreement expires in March next year. And then there's an opportunity, potential, some new revenue streams into the operation. Financials, over the past 4 years, we've pretty much been consistent in the annual cost of 169,000. There's about 101,000 in revenue, and the balances in costs, both fixed and variable costs. Certainly has the potential to grow. You know, as I said, I think prior to COVID, the night market was definitely in growth, and probably bringing close to around 80,000 people into this inner city each year. That's probably sitting somewhere around 65, maybe 70 at the moment. It's important as an inner city, for inner city revitalisation. So the retail study recently done by JP's work with Colliers around the innovations are actually really critical to improving vibrancy. The night market's the only consistent activation that we have in the inner city currently. It plays a critical role, as I said, of bringing people into the inner city. It benefits retailers, particularly those that stay open. There's some we do have some evidence through credit cards and FPOS data in terms of there is an uplift. Reinvestment is needed to improve. Reinvestment is needed to improve positivity if we want to increase that vitalisation and numbers into the city. And it would cost a lot more to start a new activation from scratch than take a 13-year activation legacy. I will finish off by saying that sort of the next steps here are to include any review of the night market into JP's inner city revitalisation work. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. So, councillors, we can take questions on the night market presentation for Stuart, and then once we've completed that, we'll take questions around the wider report. So, Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you very much for this presentation and providing a bit more information on what is a very well-known community event of the night market. I am quite surprised that the overall cost to council is about 169,000 per annum. That's a lot. I would have thought that we would actually be breaking even or have a positive balance. So are you able to give us an understanding of what sort of things attribute towards that cost?
Yeah, sure. So there is approximately about 110,000, which is staff cost. And other fixed costs. So those costs around maintenance, compliance of equipment, cleaning, and storage of some of the equipment. The rest of the variable costs, which involve obviously TMP on the night, the setup, pack down, and security during the night.
Councillor O'Brien, followed by Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Stuart, just following on from Her Worship's comments, I noticed particularly over winter, with the very bad winter we had, would it be perhaps appropriate now for us to, if this continues on as it's said to be, maybe we should think about not having the actual markets over winter full stop? Maybe we should perhaps signal, maybe it should be a wider summer event?
Look, I think that's definitely that something should come out in the review.
Okay, thank you. And could I ask, do we give any, I see we have in there potential trade benefits for the shop owners. Have we actually done any retail surveys of the shop owners to ask if it's having a positive or negative effect on their businesses?
We have some evidence that was done through some research regards to the uplift in FPOS transaction sales on the inner city, both when a night market operates and when it doesn't. Mm-hmm. The uplift is not a lot. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 15, 20k maybe.
Okay.
But that doesn't include cash, any cash transactions.
Thank you. Is it possible we could do some surveys, actual surveys of the retail? I appreciate the FPOS, I get it, but I'd actually be more comfortable to know what the Tūtanakai Street traders actually feel about their impacts?
Yes, we have done some research in that space, and we'll feed that into JP's revitalisation work.
Thank you. Was that fairly recent?
Yes, it was. 6 weeks ago, I think.
Right, thank you. And can I just ask, do we give any compensation to shop owners on Tutanekai?
No, we don't.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, o tira tēnā kōrua, Thomas Stewart, nā sere. Mine's sort of following along the same lines as Councillor O'Brien. In terms of the, and he asked a few of the questions I was going to ask, so the last one I guess I have is around feedback or other ideas, around some new initiatives or something like that for the night market. Has there been any kōrero with not only shop owners, with current vendors or anything like that? I know there's a review going on around potential other activities that could perhaps work well or better at night, at the night markets?
There's been some discussion, even to the extent of looking at another market opportunity on a Sunday, for instance. And we did have a farmers market before, but in our city it's very difficult to get continuity of produce supply, particularly in the winter months. So when we first started that market, we were drawing in suppliers from Tauranga, from as far away as Napier, and other areas of better growing conditions. But as farmers markets became more popular in their own regions, they've stopped coming. So it's really difficult. But potentially there could be something around a brunch. They're really just high-level discussions at the moment. But once again, I think that'll come out of the inner city revitalisation review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have staff given any consideration to passing the full cost of operation onto the stallholders, and what effect might that have if you did? No, we haven't considered it at this point, but I guess what I'd point out whether or not that would actually be viable for them. So currently, stallholders rentals from a simple marquee 3x3 no power from $45, and then they're moving right up to $230 for a night for a 3x6 canopy powered. So I don't know whether that would be viable. We could certainly do some work around that to test that. Just an extension of that, so how long have those charges been in place, and have you reviewed them over time?
Yes, they have been reviewed over time. They were increased by 5% this financial year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The location, has that been factored into the review? Is that the actual best location for it?
Well, once again, I think that is open for a discussion and review. I mean, the cost of traffic management is certainly something that moving to a different location may be able to be mitigated, or some of it.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Stuart, for your report on the night market. Councillors, we'll just now take any questions that you might have on pages 47 to 54. So, culture, heritage and mahi toi. No questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just noticed you were speaking about the Museum Exhibition Development Project in the report, and that there's been engagement with iwi at various levels, and there's an online survey. I just wondered if that's available to the general community, and if it is, where we can find it.
Yes, it is. You'll find it on the museum's website.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No other questions? No? Looks like everyone must be exhausted after this morning. So thank you very much, Stuart and Thomas, although Thomas, I think you were going to stay for the next matter. Moving on now then to the final item, which is the report on the Energy Events Centre facade be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Barker, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, thank you, that is carried. Thomas, do you want to do some introductions and then over to you for the...
Certainly on my far left is Sam, our property manager, and next to me is Amy, who's our facility manager for both the Energy Event Centre and the Performing Arts Centre. So she looks after those two facilities on our behalf. I have drawn the short straw to present, so I'll do that on behalf of the team. I'll take mostly the report as read. I guess the challenge that we've had over the years with the Energy Event Centre is probably the historical decisions that Council made when it was built around cost saving, and some of the aspects of that building that should have been in aluminium but instead were put into steel has had a flow-on effect recently with regards to the cost of maintaining, look after and replacing. You'll recall we did recently replace the roof of the EEC, and we did put that back into aluminium rather than steel, because obviously aluminium doesn't have the same reaction to the corrosive environment that steel does down in that place. At that time we did know that the fins and the way that the fins are attached to the building needed to be looked at. There was corrosion on the fins and on the steel structure that holds them, but also around the connection points. I think we were concerned originally that the connection points were problematic, but it turns out that they're not. However, what has been found is that to remedy and to remediate the fins and the steel work, it does require sandblasting. So to sandblast that, you would have to crane and detach the fins from the building, because they can't be sandblasted when they're attached to the building, because it will damage obviously the remainder of the building, and then put them back on. And so the cost of that is, I think, is approximately 200,000 versus the 90,000 of removing. Talking to the team around refreshing of the building and its future use, it was felt that the fins are obviously there to manage the heat from the sun that goes directly onto those windows. And as we've learned with the Performing Arts Centre with regards to some of the decals that we've put onto that glass facade that's north-west facing, that heat can be managed in other ways. And what it also does is it does provide opportunities with regards to giving the building an overall refresh as well. So that's an artist's impression of what it would look like, and further discussions with the team around actually what we can do. And we're not proposing that this is exactly what would be done, but rather than having those gardens out front, it does create opportunity to create outdoor spaces for conference attendees, alternative meeting places, and as well when there's other events there, such as the Rotorua Marathon and those sorts of things, create some amenity value out there as well. And so what we are asking is just endorsement, I guess, of the preferred recommendation to remove the fins and to not put them back. And then with that, we would do further work on redesigning and redoing the gardens going forward. Now, it is programmed to be done in time of the before the events conference. Yeah. So that events conference that Tim Cossa and Andrew were talking about, where we're getting all those buyers into the venue. So we would look to have the work done by then, and the front tidied up. We'd also look at other aspects of the building for that conference as well. So we are about to undertake a refurbishment of half the ablution blocks, and we'll also be shortly doing a bit of a walkthrough with regards to some other maintenance aspects that we would like to take care of before obviously all those buyers come to our conference going forward. And part of that will also be looking to remove the temporary housing of the whariwaka in front of the sports drome in time for that conference as well. So with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Thomas, and lovely to see the team here. Any questions, councillors? Mayor Tapsell?
Thank you. I just note in the reports estimated about 6 weeks time frame to close the building to complete this. Just double checking, was there anyone that would be impacted by that? Not only events and conferences, but perhaps sports events?
So it won't impact on the sports event, and so heading into the Christmas period as well, we do have a building shutdown where a lot of internal maintenance and so forth has taken place, similar to the Performing Arts Centre. It's closed over that Christmas period to undertake maintenance on internal aspects like the staging and so forth, and my understanding is it's designed to fit around that window. Yeah.
Thank you. And sorry, just a final question. I know it seems like there's a tint or something on the window there. Just double checking that the $40,000 estimated for option 2 of removing it, does that cater to anything that will be required to be put on to prevent the heat from the sun? I think there are great opportunities to be had, and I think it would look fantastic if in future we did have beautiful artwork like on the Sir Howard Centre.
No, yeah. So, Your Worship, no, the cost is just a pure removal and remedy, and so we'd still need to do some work and costings out of our renewal budgets around what we do with the windows and the design, and also those front gardens.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just carrying on from that point about, you said renewal budgets, so you're not asking for any additional money, this is just coming out of the pool we already have?
Correct, this will all be from approved budgets, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Thomas. And later on, I think the Te Arawa Waka moves from there soon down to the lakefront. Is anything going to be done in that where it was?
Yes, so we will be removing the temporary structure. I think the nursery has expressed interest in the temporary structure, so it may just move across the road. And I think, as I mentioned before, with all these buyers coming into Rotorua, I think it is important that we present the facility as best as it can be. Nice. So we will be doing some light touch refurbishments within our existing budgets internally, and in particular I'd like a good focus on the exterior and the gardens to make sure that it is presented as well as it can be for that event. Yep.
Nice.
Thank you, councillors. I think looks pretty obvious in terms of the options. So option 1 is the 200,000, option 2 is the less expensive option. So can I have a mover and a seconder for one of those options? Option 2, thank you, Councillor Wang, seconded by Her Worship. Round of discussion on the option 2, which is the removal and replacement with the tinting, and anything that you wish to say as the mover, Councillor Wang or Mayor Tapsell?
Thank you, and thank you to staff for answering those questions. That was the only concern I had, is making sure that we understand whether there be any further unanticipated costs. However, I do think that this would be a great opportunity to refresh the building. It has looked the same for some time. We know that other events and venues across the country have been either completely newly developed or redeveloped, and I think it is a great opportunity for us to also look at not only how can we freshen it up, but how can we make it better for the future. So very happy to support the removal as opposed to support restoring and maintaining something that is probably due for a bit of a refresh.
Any other comments? No, I think, Councillor Lee.
Totally support this motion. The boomer in me sort of leans towards the 40k option, but it looks like that's going to deliver a better, refreshed, nicer looking option as well, so it seems pretty obvious to me.
Councillor Wari.
Just a comment, no, I'm supportive of the option that's been put forward. Just wanted to put a quarter there, notice the backwards E or E's, and the CC, like logo and branding and stuff of the ECC. Is there going to be any sort of time when all of our, venues and all they get together and actually get some consistency?
I think we've signalled that we've got a report coming around venues.
Yeah, I'm talking about the logo there, the branding, and that. I didn't see that in the report.
I think that was just a mock-up anyway. I don't think that was actually intended to be any new.
See, we got this, and then we got all these different things. It's just a comment, not a question, but a comment that we can look into it, please.
Right. I think we can probably put that motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you very much to Thomas and staff. think that reaches the end of our agenda now. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Wayne, can I invite you to close the meeting with a karakia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia whakairea te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia turuki whakataha ai, kia turuki whakataha ai, haumie, huie, tae kia.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Wang, and I declare the meeting closed at 2:11 p.m. Thank you very much, councillors.